right, good morning, everyone. I call to order this meeting of the Finance Committee for Thursday, January 16th, 2025. I'd like to take a moment, first of all, to acknowledge the land that we're on. Before doing so, I heard a rather disturbing comment that was attributed to one of the federal leaders that just shows the level of, or the distance that we still need to go as a country to understand the plight of Indigenous peoples within Canada. The comment went to, indicating a lack of work ethic and downplaying the negative impacts of residential schools. And that is completely offside and racist. And so it's even more important that at every gathering we work towards building a new paradigm in which old prejudicial statements, racist understandings are lost to the history, and that the new norm is mutual respect and understanding. And so in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we are gathered in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations. Also the Tsuut'ina First Nation. And our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we are located within the Rocky View Métis District within the Battle River Territory. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. As we are all treaty people, we each have ongoing responsibilities to protect and honor all life. Turning to approval of the agenda for today's meeting, are there any changes? Nope, then we will, I move that we approve the agenda for January 16th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Turning then to the minutes of January 9th. Are there any errors or omissions that anyone noticed? Seeing none, I'll move approval of the minutes January 9th, 2025 Finance Committee meeting as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And just before we get into new business, I will recognize, or continuing with our deliberations, I will recognize that Hockey Day in Canada events are happening throughout Canmore and the Bow Valley today and in the coming days, culminating in Hockey Night in Canada being broadcast from here, and various festive events happening. And that's why a few of us on council are wearing our jerseys in recognition of those events, and appreciation for everyone that's coming to attend and have fun in Canmore over the next few days. So let's move to the Finance Committee deliberation and direction, and we're first going to start with a presentation from administration on some follow-up items.
Yeah, that's right. We sure are. So we just thought we would start by indicating for you where we are in the current tax rate based on the motions to date, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gibbons to walk you through the first couple slides.
Thank you. So as a reminder, we started at 5.6% as the tax increase net of growth in each of 2025 and 2026. Based on all the approved motions, we've been doing the work to actually implement those changes since the last Finance Committee meeting last Thursday. And so again, based on those approved motions, we're now at 2.9% for 2025 and 7.5% for 2026. Just to provide a little bit of additional context on the increase in 2026. So again, as a reminder, we started at that 5.6%. So the approved motions resulted in an increase of 1.9%. The main drivers of the increase, just as a reminder from those motions, is the reduction in the transfer from the tax stabilization reserve. So as a reminder, it was at $653,000 in 2025, but then that transfer decreased in 2026 to $343,000. So that difference of $310,000 would result in greater taxes in 2026. That was the year that the motion was approved regarding the increased contribution to the general capital reserve for $250,000. So those two items alone are about a 1.2% tax increase. And then most of the remainder of the increase is due to it being a year-over-year comparison. So again, as 2025 was decreased, that base then decreases for comparison to 2026, that the two are kind of dependent on each other. So I know it can be hard to explain, and it took me a while to wrap my head around it. Mr. Irwin and I walked through it multiple times to try to explain how it happens, but really it's because the numerator and the denominator are both changing. So if our overall increase for 2026 originally was only 2.1 million, and the base for 2025 was 37.4, as we reduce 25, the year-over-year increase gets bigger, and the base of it is the 2025's taxes, which also got smaller. So about 1.2% is the difference between, or those first two items I identified. There were some other small items, but really the rest of that 0.7% increase in 2026 has to do with the fact that 2025 is now lower. I know that can be really complicated, and it's mostly a math thing, so if anyone needs any further clarification on that, I can kind of do my best, but it's mostly a math thing, that because 2025 is lower, the increase for 2026 gets higher.
Any questions about that?
So with respect to the transfer from tax stabilization reserve, so if it was consistent between the 2 years, then you would see 310,000 more needed in 2025, which would increase almost 1% of the amount of tax needed in 2025. The result then for 2026 would be lower, 6.6.
Yes.
Okay.
You could do all kinds of things to play with tax stabilization, right? An up and a down in 1 year, or an equal has an impact. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Have some thought.
Okay, then the first item on your agenda is the follow-up on the postponed motion. So we had a postponed motion last week around the Bow Valley Regional Transit Service Commission and the amount for, and the timing for increasing Route 12. And Ms. Rogers asked that I apologize on her behalf that we didn't have this fully, but we do have updates for you today. So before we answer the question and explain this, we wanted to talk a little bit about the reserves. About the reserves and the impact that your decision on increasing the paid parking fee has. So again, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Richardson for this. Or Ms. Gibbons, sorry.
I respond
I mean-
to all of them. Half my stuff is still Richardson,
do
half
all
of
the
it's
names.
Gibbons.
Sorry.
I respond to Kelsey on occasion.
Sorry.
So I wanted to just kind of look at if it would be helpful for the Finance Committee, look at a few of these together, because really I think the intention of the Finance Committee was really to use some of the paid parking revenues to help transit costs generally. So the motion around approving our recommendation with respect to paid parking rates was estimated to increase paid parking revenues in all future years by about $700,000 was the estimate. And so what I've done since then is I actually put that $700,000 through our kind of PRAM preliminarily. So the intent would be to transfer 50% of that increase to help offset our transit costs in accordance with our PRAM, and then the 50% remaining would go to, again, we use the terms a little bit interchangeably. The official term is the Integrated Transportation Management Reserve. Informally, we do call it the Paid Parking Reserve. So again, the impact of that 50% transfer to transit, again, would help offset the transit costs. And then there was also the motion regarding the Canmore-Banff regional service increase for $78,000 in each year. So again, based on the current two approved motions, the net impact of those two would be a reduction in the tax requirement because the 50% of the paid parking revenues exceeds the current service increase that's been approved. So a net reduction in taxes in each of those years of whatever it was, 292,000. Nope, that's okay. I'm trying to go off memory now, but roughly less, between 0.5 and 1% of a tax reduction in each of those years, only based on the two motions approved last week. So this was the additional information we got from Bow Valley Regional Transit Service Commission. Again, just clarifying, it's a little bit tricky because it's some of those months. So again, just to reiterate, or as a reminder, so this was around the implementation of service to supplement the Route 12 summer transit, offering to make it a year-round modified route. And again, the intent from them was that it would be beginning in October of 2025. So we clarified that. So the impact of $140,000 that I believe Ms. Rogers had communicated was only for September to December of this year. So ending when that summer service would cease. The impact for 2026 is then larger because it would encompass January to May, the summer service would start, and then it would again pick up October to December. So it's kind of those two periods. So 348,000, 368,000 is the estimate for 2027. The caveat there being our agreement with the Alberta government, I believe, was only for 3 years. So 2027 has a bit more variability. Again, we're working towards, I believe, a further agreement with the government, but that's not confirmed at this point. So these are the confirmed financial impacts of that service moving to year-round for each of those years and the time period that amount would cover. So if that motion was passed, again, with the new amounts we've received, so the Route 12, so everything's the same on this slide until you get to that Route 12 winter service that's bolded. So again, that would be a service increase of 140,000, 348, and then 368,000 for future years. So the new net impact would be a reduction in the tax requirement in 2025 of 132,000, and then a slight increase in the tax requirement of 76,000, again, because that transfer of the 50% of the paid parking revenues isn't quite sufficient to offset the full cost of both of those two service increases. So again, based on the two motions from last week, a slight reduction in our tax requirement of 272,000 annually. If this motion with the revised amounts were to pass, we'd be looking at a slight reduction in 25 and a slight increase in 26 in future years.
If there were more areas in the future with paid parking, would that perhaps affect future year amounts?
Absolutely. So, I will say holding the paid parking revenues, holding our assumptions flat across all the years is a conservative estimate. And so realistically, by 2027, we might be looking at new areas, different rates. There are plans changed for the program, so our revenue estimates at this point, I would say, are quite conservative.
If we were going to move forward with a commercial program, would those revenues also go into PRAM?
So, it's a bit of a nuanced question. I could honestly do the same thing. I believe the estimate was 28,000, so we could do a 14,000 transfer to transit and a 14,000 transfer to the reserve. It's smaller dollars, so alternatively, we could just put all that money in the reserve when we get to that motion. If you would just like to give me an indication of what your preference is, I think it's reasonable for it to go either way, honestly. Given the magnitude of the 700,000, it seemed appropriate in my mind to put it through the PRAM, but that was a bit of a decision point.
If the Alberta government wasn't to fund in 2027, what would it cost us for 12 months of service for that route?
I don't have that number at my fingertips. That's something, my understanding is at this point, we're proceeding on hoping to extend that agreement. I don't have the dollar value. I could reach out to Mr. Asarte to see, or the commission, to see if they have that estimate somewhere.
And to my Rome colleagues, does anybody know what ridership on that route is right now?
You'd have to look it up, unless you have it at your...
I don't know the number specifically, but because it was brand new this summer and
Yeah.
it's Grassy Lake specific,
Yeah.
it is not high. It's not
Yeah.
but like, give me 30 seconds, Martin, I might be able to talk as fast as I can look it up. Rome Ridership 2025. Here's the link, Route 12. Oh, it's a spreadsheet, and
Take your time.
so in August, 2,600. In September, 957. In May, 600. June, 1,800. July, 1,700.
And for some context for me, because I don't know what those numbers really mean, is that, you said low, so I'm assuming that the occupancy of
It's-
those routes aren't that high.
Very, very low, but I almost think that the comparison is not real.
Yeah.
Because what we're really talking about is building on something that exists, yes.
Yeah.
But it'll be a slightly different route. And we're talking about a summer month service where transit isn't as high for residential use because of all the other options such as biking and walking and that sort of thing. And it picks up when it gets colder. What we're talking about is really adding that colder route, a new route that would allow more reach to residents during those months when transit is especially needed. So there's not a comparable there, and it probably wouldn't end at Grassy Lakes. It would probably end at the Nordic Center, which is it's gonna be a driver in the winter, right? To allow that service up to the Nordic Center that we don't currently have. So I actually see it as, while it's a continuation, it's about an expansion of a new service.
Yeah, I guess the question for us is, are we getting good value for that service right now?
Well, and it's kind of, you have to build upon transit.
Yep.
Right? So like, the first year numbers are tough, because you have
Sure.
nothing to compare them to. Route 5, for example, local is about 30,000 a month. Right? So like, you could compare, like, that's a huge difference, but when you get into some of the scenic routes in Banff, like Minnewanka, that is up there, and then Johnson Canyon, maxing about 8,000 in high peak season. So I think the potential is there. Also, the other thing that I would consider is that all those are cars that didn't park at Grassy Lakes, right? Because that route is very specific to Grassy Lakes in the summer right now. And when we expand it, its potential goes beyond that for a year route, because it also connects Spring Creek and the hospital. Right, so right now, the only bus route we have that goes past our hospital is a summer route. So there are other things we're building upon, I think, in terms of the service with that route, and it's potential for Palliser as well, so I do support it, and I think that it was right. I think increasing the paid parking revenues and moving forward with transit is the right plan.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert.
I'm wondering if it makes sense, before moving on with other follow-up items, if we actually deal with this motion now, since it's topical, the information is right there. There is a new wording that's proposed, and so if I'm getting nods that sounds good. Looking to the clerk's office, I'm wondering if, and there's Ms. Hyde, given that there was a previous motion that was tabled, if we now consider it, can I accept this as a friendly amendment, the new wording, since it was a motion that I had put forward?
The real goal is just to make your decisions transparent. So
Right.
if someone's reading the minutes, they can understand what happened.
Yeah, so it was in the other one as tabled, and then if it comes back here, we would probably need, what's that? Or it was postponed to today, but now if I change the wording, there probably needs to be a note that the postponed wording was updated.
I'm wondering if you could vote on it as an amendment. It would make more sense to vote on this as an amendment to the
Okay.
postponed motion, and then vote on this motion.
Okay,
So-
so
Yeah.
that's what I'll do. Okay, so the motion has come back that was postponed. I'm going to, because it's recommended by administration, and I believe that that is specifically set out as an exception to somebody being able to move an amendment to their own motion. I'm going to move that we replace the previous motion with the wording that's on the screen. So this is simply getting the new wording in play. It's not whether you accept this as a decision or not, it's simply getting this on the table for us to then debate. Would anybody like to speak to that amending motion? Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we have this motion on the table. In speaking to the motion, and thank you to administration for the additional information, the way I read it, that coupled with the increase in paid parking revenues, this is actually not going to have an impact on the 2025 taxes, and the impact will only be in 2026. And so, picking up from where we were last time, there was some question as to when the service started and therefore when its impact would be. I think that we've received the clarity that it would start in the fall of 2025, but the actual impact would not be until 2026. And the impact is relatively small considering the other change that we made with respect to paid parking. So I would encourage you to support this motion. I do see this as an expanding the routes, increasing affordability initiatives by reaching neighborhoods that are currently not serviced on a year-round basis and not serviced during the busiest transit months. The summer months will serve a certain clientele, and especially going to Grassy Lakes, but thinking in terms of moving people within our town when it's cold out and less conducive to perhaps biking and walking, having this service available in more places, and especially going past someplace like the hospital, I think is a huge benefit and well worth the investment. And once again, the next step in building our transit system, which is a big piece of building affordability within Canmore. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Mott.
Just a question. At one point, Councillor Faber said it might be going through Spring Creek and then also perhaps Palliser. I was just curious if you guys could speak to the potential other locations for this route.
Well, the current route goes through Spring Creek, and it would be anticipated that that would continue. While the exact route is to be finalized, it does provide that Bow Valley Trail, that Spring Creek, and it does provide does it currently go through Palliser? No, that could be an extension to it though, right?
It was originally gonna go to Palliser, but I think the more you run a route, the better you get, Rome is great, cause they learn from what they do. And so having the route makes them better able to look at the data and the locations, and in the future, I think Palliser is doable, but right now it's not.
Yeah.
It makes it just too long
Yeah,
of a circuit.
They optimize based on data, so we need the data, right? So, would anybody else like to, or would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Hillstead.
I'm leaning towards supporting. I do think that, yes, the numbers currently may not be amazing, but at the same time, it's new, and it's one of those things that, as we've seen with transit over the years, the longer it's in and the more efficient the routes get, the more people tend to use it. So if we would have, cut the cord after the first year of transit originally, I'm sure, that would have been a really bad idea. So, but at the time, it might have seemed like a great idea. So, but we didn't, and now we have a very good transit system, and I think this just adds to it, so I'm currently leaning that way.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, I'd be happy to support this. I agree, you know, if we were to have cut things off when we first started the Route 3, where there was a 3-hour gap in the afternoon because there was not enough people to actually justify going it, and now we've got 3 buses running every hour during that 3-hour gap, it certainly shows that the growth is there and there's definitely appetite, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Mall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I'll support this. I was heartened to hear that the data piece is like modular, and as Palliser will most certainly densify, if there's a possibility to like piggyback that onto the route, depending how the data works, that's great. I also think the part about the hospital access for the winter months was a compelling argument as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So that's dealt with the postponed motion. And so now we'll get back to further updates.
Yep, well, now we'll move into your deliberations, but we do have an update. One thing we'd like to ask you to do is to reconsider your e-bike motion. So we got a grant, $25,000 a year for 2 years from Greymont's Carbon Reduction Grant Fund. And so we'd like to ask you to reconsider the motion 11-2025 finance that you approved at your last meeting, to just change the wording of where the funding comes from. So up on the screen, the part that's crossed out would be removed, and the part in yellow would be what you add. So we're just asking you to I know, great news. Thank you, Greymont.
So I'm going to do that right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a motion to reconsider motion 11-2025 FIN. We need a 2/3, I voted in favor of this, so I can bring this motion, and we need 2/3 majority in order to reconsider. Would anybody like to speak to the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. That motion is then on the table again, so now I'll move an amendment to motion 11-2025 FIN to the wording that's on the screen, which just basically changes the funding source. Once again, this is an amending motion, so it's not the vote to make this in place, it's just to get the correct motion on the table. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We now have the amended motion on the table, and that is that the Finance Committee direct administration to include $50,000 for 2025 and 2026 for the continuation of the e-bike rebate program, funded for $25,000 from the Greymont Carbon Reduction Grant and $25,000 from the Sustainability Reserve. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Councillor Graham.
I would just like to express my gratitude to Greymont for this generous contribution to our community. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
I liked it before, I like it even more now. And I'm, again, thankful that Greymont has seen the potential in our grant application and is here to support it, so it's great.
In the words of that great philosopher, Councillor Hillstad, ditto. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. Very happy to support, and just again, it's a very pleasant surprise to walk into finance meetings and hear that we're getting grants from the corporate sector, and especially for an initiative like this. So thank you, Greymont.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstad.
I concur.
Councillor Mara.
I'd just like to follow up and just continue on the thank you for Greymont putting this grant and accepting our application. So.
Yes, right on. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Great, thank you.
Great, then the next item that required some follow-up was around the large area redevelopment plan, and so I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Smithers to speak to this. The motion was that you, the Finance Committee directed us to move the large area land use intensification capital project to 2026, to change the name and the scope to an area redevelopment plan, and for administration to bring back scope and reviewed costs to this meeting. So Ms. Smithers is gonna speak to the revised cost and scope questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cottle. So I sat down with some representatives from Planning and Development, Public Works, and Transportation to put our heads around what could the scope for this look like and what would the cost of it be. So based on that, what we would propose is a plan area as shown on the slide, and it's also included on your handout. This, we thought, makes sense because it is adjacent to the Connect Downtown ARP boundary, and then also is bounded by the golf course and the natural area to the north and the west. So it makes sense as kind of a unit to look at some comprehensive planning for that, which is typically what a planning policy does. In talking it through with staff, what we would propose for scope is a bit of an atypical approach. Usually you start with the visioning and put together some policy directions around that, and then do the technical work to assess those. There was a fair amount of concern on the technical side about the capacity of our infrastructure systems, not just water, wastewater, but predominantly transportation in this case, to support much different densities than what is currently allowed in the area. So for that reason, what we thought of for scoping was to start with the technical evaluation. So what we put together is in 2026, we would do an assessment of the base case, and then also look at probably 2 different density scenarios to see what impact that would have on our infrastructure systems, whether it would cause us to do things like, for example, change our target mode shift, mode split in that area. And then once we've done that technical evaluation, we could come back to council with the results, get some direction on the scenario to proceed with, and then from there, take on the visioning and policy development, and of course, community engagement, working towards that chosen technical scenario. So we thought that was probably the best approach, and probably the most efficient way to proceed with this work. And then given the amount of technical evaluation, also I would say that approach builds on the work that we're doing currently that's in the capital plan related to an ITP update, the open space and trails plan update, and the land use bylaw update. So it all kind of comes together well. It does require some additional consulting resource, obviously, because we do have a lot going on, and this wasn't factored into the budget proposals that we put in front of council originally. So we're looking at a total proposed budget of $200,000 for this work. And I think that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. So just to be clear, this information is in response to the request for the project scope and reviewed cost, but the rest of that motion is already done, that it's changing the name to an area redevelopment plan and moving it from 2027 to 26. So that is already done. We don't need a further motion.
We don't need a further motion there. I mean, it's a bit confusing because the motion asks for a revised scope and a dollar amount. So, I mean, I guess it depends on council's comfort. Because we're gonna be going into a closed session in a little bit to talk about capital and the livability reserve, we'll need a full approach to that reserve, and I think it may be worth council to just move, move again the exact amount, the year, and the title, so that there's no clarity. Just because of the way this motion, there's multiple things in this motion, and the dollar amount is a range, not a defined number.
Yeah, it's not a decisive motion.
If you're,
It was
a
for this
microphone?
information, so I think we could
Yeah.
return to it just so that it's clear for
Okay,
everyone.
can I throw that over to Councillor McCallum, since it was her original motion, to, at some point later for the deliberations, just bring back a motion that does that, captures those points, that it's, changes it to the
Yeah.
Larch Area Redevelopment Plan, moving it from 27, 26, for $200,000 funded through the livability tax.
It was
reserve.
The next item is to move into closed session to talk a little bit about capital and the livability reserve, and then we'll need to come out of the closed session to vote. So I have some information for the closed session that will help with that.
Okay, great. All right, so that's the way we'll proceed with that. So are there questions on the update that's been provided by Ms. Smithers? Councillor Graham?
I suppose, I wonder if you could speak further to the transportation bottlenecks that you were alluding to earlier.
Certainly. So in doing some of the technical evaluation through Connect Downtown, we have realized that we are kind of bumping up against capacities in our existing system already, just with what that Connect Downtown policy envisions and allows for. So that's where we have some hesitancy around what could it mean if we looked at how much intensification could we accommodate within Larch before we just further exacerbate transportation issues in that community. But it could be that also pushes us to look at a different mode split than is currently envisioned in the ITP. It could be that directs us to look at different capital investments to encourage travel modes other than private vehicles. So it just, we need to be mindful of that in putting together, I'm getting lost in my own thoughts. There's a number of ways that we could address some of those transportation challenges, but we need to do that modeling up front to know kind of what we're up for.
Thank you
Does
very
that
much.
help?
Yeah, no,
Sorry.
I think it starts to get to starting the conversation anyways. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? I actually am really confused with that statement, and I will explain to you why. We know these neighborhoods are over 50 years old in some cases, and that they were built in a time when people were having like 4 children, lots of families, very densely populated in terms of kids and everything, and that is not the way that neighborhood presents now. You'll have a couple living in a 3,000 square foot home that was originally designed for 6 people. And so I don't understand how we're dealing with transportation and so on. Those am I missing something big picture here that isn't being articulated? Because in my opinion, that neighborhood is, and I don't want to use the word densified, but underpopulated. It does not have the number of people living in it that it was actually originally designed, like we're seeing in many older neighborhoods in Calgary and so on, when you have just a couple living there, or and much smaller family makeups, et cetera, as they were 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when those neighborhoods were designed in the 70s. So can somebody answer that for me, please?
I'll try.
Yeah.
So I'm sharing the summary of the conversation that I had with my technical staff, and based on, as I said, the work that they've done on Connect Downtown, they did flag some concern with potential limits to what we can do with the ARP in Larch, which is why, as I've said, but I'm not saying nothing should change in it. I'm just saying we want to proceed with a bit of caution and do that technical work up front to better understand what the potential is to look at redevelopment in that area.
And I understand that, and I can appreciate that, but I feel like the longer we wait, and this plan makes us wait, the sooner the window will close on that neighborhood. There's a lot of social housing in that neighborhood, and if we look to try and densify some of that social housing, there are going to be neighbors that are going to be pushing back hard. And I don't really want to put my future council in that situation. I'd like to be able to move in a little bit quicker and be a little bit more efficient in terms of how we execute this project. I'll approve this as the timeline because it is what it is, but I'm not happy about it. Just saying. Like, I think it needs to happen faster, especially if we're gonna move on and work with DVRH and the province on some of those houses.
Other questions? Great. Thank you. All right, so now this goes to the reason we're going into a closed session. Normally we have it typed out here.
Oh, sorry, it's on the agenda.
Okay, is on the agenda? Okay, I'll go up there, sorry. Thank you. And there it is, thank you. So I'll move that the Finance Committee close the meeting to the public to prevent the disclosure of information that could reasonably be expected to reveal pending budgetary decisions in accordance with Section 24, Sub 1, Sub G of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, as well as information that could reasonably be expected to prejudice the competitive position of the town in accordance with Section 25, Sub 1, Sub C, Sub 2 of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
can you take the screen off mine, just for the coming out until we're ready to?
Okay, we're back from the closed session, and we are going, before we move on with deliberations, we're going to take a 15-minute break until 10:20. I'll look to Ben to give me the thumbs up when we're back on. Okay, we're back from break, and now we're going to continue with deliberations and various motions. So the first motion that we will deal with is the capital portion of the livability tax program. On the screen is a table showing proposed expenditures of the capital portion, the livability reserve. There was, there it is, okay. And for the next 4 years. And so I'm going to move that the Finance Committee direct administration to use the livability reserve to fund the capital projects as presented and shown on the screen. In speaking to the motion, I am very supportive of this money, as we've been describing, going to increase non-market housing within Canmore. That is the biggest element that will move the affordability needle. There are others, but this is the biggest one, and it is required in order to protect the very fabric of our community. The projects outlined here are either directly building housing or efforts taken to prepare land or plans that will then bring about housing. And so when we see something like the Elta Link realignment, as we recall during the presentations, this will open up land for 200 housing units in the Palliser area. Similarly with the Stone Creek's flood mitigation, the town portion, this is to allow those lands to be built upon. So that's the motion that's being put forward. I should make a note that whereas with most of our capital projects this year, we're following what is a new practice that is developing to help protect the taxpayers' money by not pre-publishing the amounts for certain approved projects, so that when bids are tendered, it's really without any information as to the amount of budget towards it, so that does not influence in any way the tender that we get. Those amounts will be revealed that are in the budget following a tendering process. With these projects, we are putting the amounts in because it's a new project or new program. We want to show where the dollars are going, and the vast majority of these funds are projects that are going to be controlled and built either by CCH or the town, and therefore are not quite the same risk as the other capital projects. So with that said, I'd ask if anybody would like to speak to the motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I am in general in approval of what is up here on the board, but I would like to add an amendment if possible, and I have sent some wording to Mr. Stiver.
Okay, so when...
And basically it is to reinsert, or not to reinsert, to insert pedestrian crossing design in 2026 into the budget.
So this is adding a new category?
Yes.
And putting an amount in 2026?
Do you want me to show you what that would look like?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Oh. Sorry.
Screen wars.
Let's both do it at the same time.
Let's see what happens.
He will win. Ben wins.
That's by design.
No rush. There it is.
Okay, so what Councillor McCallum was talking about 2026, and I see an amount in 2027.
You're right, I made a mistake, so
Okay, so that's $600,000. The amendment is to insert
back to you.
pedestrian
I'll fix it.
crossing for $600,000 to be funded out of the
Design, yeah.
design
Yeah,
in 2026.
yeah.
Okay, and so speaking to
And
that
to
motion?
speaking to that, there's a few things in speaking to this. Firstly, building a pedestrian crossing is a commitment we've made as a council to that neighborhood and to this project. And I feel that, as I heard one of my colleagues say earlier, that a home is more than just a house over your head. It is the neighborhood in which you live in. And I think that if we build this neighborhood without a bridge, it's like we might as well not build sidewalks while we're at it. It is a key piece of the infrastructure required to allow it to connect with downtown, especially in meeting our pedestrian goals, multimodal goals, rather. So we also know that when in searching for grants, and the 2027, 2028 dollars assigned for the bridge is respectfully $8.6 and $5.3 million. Those are it's gonna require grants to be able to fulfill that, and many times grant requirements are looking for a shovel-ready project. And the only way for us to have a shovel-ready project is to have done this design work in advance and all the scoping, et cetera. So, in an effort to move that forward, to be ready, to be grant-ready, when we're out searching for financing and funding for the remaining dollars for this project, I feel it's prudent for us to ensure that that work is done, and I feel that the livability reserve is a good place to get those dollars. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we have an amending motion on the table, and look to see if anyone would like to speak to the motion. Councillor Faubert.
I'll be speaking in favor of the motion. It's really important at this stage that we move forward with the pedestrian overpass or underpass, some sort of pedestrian connection that goes into the Palliser area. It starts with a design, and that's from a design we can access grant funding. I believe that even if this wasn't in the livability program budget, we would still be moving forward with it. But the reason why I'm supporting it as part of the livability budget is because it is a vital component to building that neighborhood, not just the roofs over people's houses. And there was something in my head and it has totally left, and I'm blaming my age for that. But this is a strategic approach because we're not considering the actual capital costing of it yet, because there could be grant funding and will be grant funding available in the future. But we have to get to a design. And putting this in the livability program gets us there. It's also related to what I would call super gentrification and why we have a livability budget to begin with. We need to build Palliser, and we as a community need to be a developer in our community and advance projects that set the stage for development to occur, like the Alta Link, like the creek mitigation. And this, I think, to me, fits into that same category. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mera, do you want to speak to the motion?
Sure. I'm still just deciding. Originally, I was thinking of moving the design phase to 2027, but Councillor McCallum made a good point of it. Projects being shovel-ready is when the province is coming forward with money, it seems to be. So I'm still just debating it. I think, as long as I would rather see housing than a bridge at the moment, but I'm still just debating in my mind where I am with this. So thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
I'll support this motion. Again, this is vital to the whole project, for the housing in that area. We already know now people cross the road. We're gonna be having wildlife fencing going through the area, and without a proper crossing, people will be cutting the fence, and we know that that'll become an issue. The next near, like, just with where this development is, both crossings are a good ways away, and within our, not everyone has a car. A lot of people walk, a lot of people bike, a lot of people, and like we don't have, like, transit is, once we start building this out, then hopefully we'll be able to get some transit in there. But currently, this is one of the best ways that we can make this project go forward and actually be a livable community. So I think it's vitally important that we get this work underway. And again, we need the detailed design to be able to know what it's going to cost us and to know how we can actually fund this. And, those are future decisions, but today we can do this. Yes, some people will say that, oh, this isn't building homes, but I think it is part of building the homes. So it's part of the infrastructure that we need to build those homes. So yeah, it might not be building an actual building, but it's building a structure that enables us to build those buildings. So I think this is an important amount, and it definitely falls within the livability tax program. So I will support it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Moe.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I'm hesitant to spend the funds on the actual construction of the underpass from the Livability Tax Reserve, but I think Councillor McCallum brings a good point, where if we can dedicate some funding towards a study, and if that study can help us access grants, that's a powerful argument for that. And yeah, that's where I sit with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will support this. I think it's important for the community to understand that we are committed to this and that we are moving this project forward. And I think there's been a lot of questions in the past as to, yeah, it's on the books, but are we moving it forward? And this moves it forward. The argument around being shovel-ready is a very compelling one. We don't know exactly what it will cost at this point in time, but this gives us a project design that says, here's exactly what we're looking for. And I think the community will also appreciate that, where is this thing gonna be? What is it gonna look like? Is it an overpass? Is it an underpass, et cetera, et cetera? I think those are all questions that need to be answered, and this funding will make that happen. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on the amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so we now have the revised table that is the subject of the motion for approval.
Yeah.
So it will be popping up on the screen shortly, and there it is.
They're right here.
And so I am asking if there's anyone that would like to speak to this motion. Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciate this capital plan. I think one of the questions we're getting from the community is, how are you spending this money? What is it going towards? And this gives us a really good outline of where we think those dollars are going to go. It is going to housing. It is going to create infrastructure for housing. It is going to help the affordability of this community. And that is our number one challenge as a town. As the mayor said, the very fabric of our community is at stake with affordability and housing. And these dollars enable us to really move the needle on that issue and that issue alone. And I want to thank administration for all the work that they've put together here and all the deliberation that council has done on this in the past couple of years, all the public input that has happened. Yeah, thank you all very much. Look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Hillstead.
I'll also be happy to support this. We've received numerous emails, other communications, just with, where's the money going? And here it is. We've got 10.3 million going directly to housing in the Palliser area in the first year alone. And then in the following year, we have another 6.9 million. We have now the pedestrian crossing, which is again integral to that development. And then in 2027, we have the 400,000 for AltaLink, which will enable us to get an additional 200 units of non-market housing within that Palliser area. So there it is. That's how we get housing. That's why we've gone this way with the livability reserve. And it's quite clear that, yes, the money is going to housing. It's not just going to general coffers to be spent on whatever we feel like. It's going to housing. So I'm happy to support it.
Good points, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very happy to support this. As noted by my prior councillor speaking, these projects either unlock land to create more units to make this land even more efficient, or they're directly going towards housing or creating the infrastructure to make this housing particularly meaningful. I know there has been concern amongst the community about where this money will go. This is where it's going. I'd also like to point out that prior projects for housing in this community have always been met with contention and conflict, such as Hawks Bend. And when we look back in the rearview mirror at these sites, they're generally greatly appreciated by the community. At the end of the day, we have a housing crisis, and nothing changes if nothing changes. This is a sign that we're willing to change and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be pleased to support this budget within a budget. I would agree with my colleagues that every single one of these items either creates housing directly or unlocks land opportunities for a non-market housing, or even just finances it for the short term. I do appreciate that within the budget, although that we're specifically looking at certain projects, we've left some elbow room for ingenuity and, that's not the word, innovation in housing, and innovation and ideas and opportunities to pop up, and for us to be able to have the dollars to take advantage of those opportunities. And I appreciate the work that administration has done on this. I do know that CCH will be coming $4 from the reserve to support projects in future. And I'm happy that there'll be dollars there to be able to respond to those timely requests when they come and when they're accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Before moving to the next motion, I just want to circle back to the earlier discussion around the Larch Area Redevelopment Plan. Given that it is in this and it's labeled and it's in the year and there is an amount, I don't think we need another motion then?
Agreed.
Okay, so we can, don't need to circle back there. So I'll then move to Councillor Hillstad. You want to put forward a motion?
Yeah, so it's motion 17, I believe.
Okay.
As long as the number hasn't changed in the last hour and a half. And while we wait for that to get on the screen, with this, I sent out a little background information to all my colleagues the other day. But I will actually turn it over to admin just to speak to it, just for the public. And so the motion is that the Finance Committee direct administration to add 200,000 in 2025 to the Human Resources operating budget for an equity and market pay increase for staff to be funded by general taxation. And I'll turn it over to admin just to speak on the background.
Sure thing. I'll do my best and invite everybody else from admin who's present here to jump in as needed, since we're down Ms. Rogers. And this is her area of primary expertise. But the way we budget, as Councilor recalls, is to the 50th percentile, right, to our comparator municipalities.
55th?
55th, sorry, I don't know what I said, but it is 55th, you're correct. That's what I meant to say. And then if you look at our job postings, we always publish a range. So all of our positions at the town are within a range, and that range is for the 55th percentile. So when we hire someone, based on their experience, their specific skills they might have, we place them somewhere in the range that's fitting for what they're bringing to the job. And then the idea is that over time, with good performance, you would progress through that range. The ideal being, after you've been here 6 to 10 years, you're actually at the top of your range. So that the idea is people move through the range. So the grid itself moves with cost of living. So every year that range moves with cost of living. But the only way employees have to move through the range that they have is through performance. And so what's happened in the past is performance was always a separate bucket that we would, was contingent on budget approval. And a lot of times it was what we would go to in order to get a tax increase to the right amount for the council of the day. And so we've created a scenario where employees aren't actually moving through their range. They're often very stuck, or they don't progress at all. And then when we do the market adjustment has to be really big because they haven't kept up through performance. So the way we budget right now is to the actual dollar amount that each employee is paid, and we're trying to move towards budgeting for that high end of the range, so that would be what we have in the budget. And then we don't have to get a performance bucket every year, it's just naturally built in. And staff then can work with their manager on what are the performance indicators, how do they perform in any given year, and there's a built-in performance that's part of it. What's already in the budget in 2025 and 2026 is $300,000 to help us move in this direction. Right now, with the $300,000, we're at about we have enough money in the budget to have all the positions at 96%, but not 100. So it helps us move there, but we don't move there all the way. Adding this $200,000 would get us to 97.5% in 2025, and then based on our best guess math, in 2026 with what's in the budget, we'd be at that 100%, and we'd no longer need the performance bucket. We would still always need to come to council for COLA and for the occasional market adjustment where we go out and look at other communities and make sure we're still within this 55th percentile. But this money is used to help people move through the range. I don't know if that helps. It might be complicated depending on what kind of industry you've worked in, but that's what this is going for.
Thank you for that. So yeah, that's part of the reason I'm bringing that forward is because we do have a policy in place to be at that 55th percentile, and we've never, well, I don't think in my time we've met that per se. So this helps us get to that point where we can actually meet that policy, and it gives staff a lot more certainty when they're hired, and they can see where they can go, and I think it's just a better work environment, and our staff do great work, and I think we should be paying appropriately, and I think this increase will help us, it doesn't get us there in 2025, but it should get us there in 2026, so that's why I've put it forward.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCallum.
Question through the chair to administration on this item. Was there not a conversation about looking at being not at 55% anymore, and perhaps increasing based on the fact that we're the most expensive community in the province?
Yep, administration is looking at that, and we actually have a policy workshop coming up with council, and that will be on the table for part of that. The reality is to move us from the 55th to a different percentage is a significant increase, and would need to be something that's phased in over time. So we wanted to have the policy conversation with council, see sort of where you're at in terms of policy interest, and then we'll bring the policy to you for approval, and in future budget years, if there is a change, we'd figure out how to bring that change in. But we thought it was better to have the policy conversation first, and that's scheduled for February. So it won't be, nothing will happen for 2025, but a change could come in future years if that's where council wants to go.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through the chair to admin. So this will bring us to 97.5 of the 55%.
Yes, in terms of
Correct?
how we budget, correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
I'm leaning in support of the motion, because our best resource is our people. And, you know, I've taken courses offered by FCM and AbMunis on asset management. And you have to invest in your assets, over time in order to maintain them. And I think that if I consider the amazing people who work for us, then this is an investment in them that we haven't been making, and we had already had it as part of the process to make. So bringing this back in, or this amount, and bringing it to that 97% at the 55th percentile, however that math works, I think puts us exactly where we should be. And I think we run a risk, a high impact and a high likelihood risk of losing good people if we don't invest in them. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert. I just want to add to that. Historically, when dealing with budgets, some of the low-hanging fruit, if you really want to reduce it, is to either cut reserve contributions or cut the performance pay or COLA. Both of which go to exactly what you were talking about, Councillor Faubert, of not preserving and maintaining the assets of the town, whether they be physical assets or human resources. And so for those reasons, I'll be supporting this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in favor of this, and thank you very much, Councillor Hillstad, for bringing it forward. I had actually been under the impression this whole time that we had been, well, maybe not the last 4 years, but that we had been meeting our obligations. And if there's one thing that I've always wanted kept inside the budget, or fought to keep inside the budget, it has been at minimum cost of living, secondary performance pay. And you know, we're really lucky that we do not have a middleman to deal with our relationship with our staff. And I think that getting a middleman, and generally getting a union in, is a reflection of poor relationship between management and their staff. And once they're in, there's no changing how that relationship articulates itself. So I've always been in favor of ensuring that we are keeping on top of that, of how we pay our staff. They are definitely our biggest resources, although I kind of struggle with referring to them as a thing. Y'all aren't things. But I've had the privilege of working with some of the brightest, most dedicated people in the industry here at the town of Canmore, and they're not making at the 100th percentile, and they're doing a great job every day. However, I just want to keep that middleman out, and because if that middleman gets in, it's going to get way more expensive than COLA and performance pay and 200 grand. So I appreciate you bringing that forward. Thank you.
Anyone else wish? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be speaking in support of this. Our people are our greatest asset. This is the most expensive place in the province to live. And we have people throughout the valley leaving on a regular basis because of affordability. And the town of Canmore is no exception to that. We need to keep up there. I really look forward to the workshop that we're going to have in the spring regarding the percentile as well as COLA and other issues around pay and pay increases and performance. Part of me thought this was a little premature, given that conversation was coming, but I'm happy to support this at this point in time, and look forward to that future conversation as well.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Faubert, you'd like to bring forward a motion.
Are we starting at the top?
You can choose whichever one you want.
Okay, number 1. And I think on the list, it says 2007 or 2008. Do we want a specific one, or are we leaving it like that so that administration can come back?
Sorry, I should have been clear when I sent that to you. So this is one of the motions that two people submitted, but you each had different years. So it's up to you folks to decide which year you want to put it in.
So just for the public's knowledge, following last week's meeting, it was noted that there was time taken just perfecting the motions. And so the suggestion was made that for those who wish to bring forward a motion today, to send them to Dr. Cottle, and that they'll do that, just tweaking of the motions so that the wording is correct, and then send them back. They were all compiled into a list, and that's why they're numbered. Not all of those motions may be made today, but if they are made, they've already been vetted for the proper language, except where something's highlighted that this still needs to be determined. So that's why we're referring to numbers, and that's what Dr. Cottle's referring to when she put it in the motion. It didn't actually come from Dr. Cottle. It was originally from a member of council. It was just Dr. Cottle adding the correct wording. So with that, then, it's up to Councillor Faubert. Choose a date.
Oh, I had 2027.
There you go. So the motion on the table is to implement a municipal census in 2027 to be funded by general taxation. And speaking to that motion?
Yes, and I think that even if 2028 turns out to be a better strategic year, that's a decision that can be made at in a budget process in 2026. But I wanted to move the census past the federal census. And my thought being that the federal census will happen next year, and then if we enumerate the year after in a municipal census, we're confirming and then adding additional information that we need or we want through that process. If it happens a year later, that's okay, because the 2026 census information actually doesn't come out till 2027. So for me, I'm thinking about when do we measure and when do we get results. And so being able to confirm the census and add some of our own information in 2027 was what I thought would be the best way forward. Thank you.
I'll speak in support of this motion. I was the other one that put forward this motion, and I had put 2028, thinking that the municipal census would be done, or the federal census would be done 2026, and it just gave some varies. But what you just described speaks to that, and as you point out, there's flexibility. If we want to move it to 2028, we can deal with that at a future budget. So I will support it. Anyone else wishing to speak with respect to this motion? Councillor Graham?
Just a question. So the federal census happens, and we can use that data for our purposes. And then we're gonna do this again, excuse me, again the year after, and update that data.
Yeah, provincial grants often, they prefer either a provincial or municipal census numbers.
As opposed to a federal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And we can look at different things on our own census. We can ask different questions, so. And then we can use it to confirm. I know in the past, we've used different methodologies for measuring second home ownership. So, the census can get important when it comes to those types of data points.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. And
Your
I
worship.
will now bring forward a motion.
I wonder if we could get some sort of running total of where we're at. Is that possible from
Okay.
administration?
So this one doesn't affect
No, I know
the
it
next
doesn't,
2
but-
years.
Yeah.
And the running total takes a little bit of time with, oh, no, Mr. Irwin is here.
Yes, between myself and Mr. Erman, we actually have two, and thanks to technology, we can both have eyes on it in the same workbook live. So we are trying to keep track. So periodically, if you ever want to throw it over to us to see where we're at, we are doing this live as you're passing motions.
Amazing.
So based on, and this does include the one that was just passed, we are at 3.1% for 2025, net of growth, 7.9% for 2026. This one's in 2027, we're at 3.4.
2027.
Yeah,
Okay,
Thank you very much, appreciate that.
yeah, anytime.
sorry, I just have to. Okay, I will move the second one. Mr. Stiver. The council, this motion is that the Finance Committee direct administration to increase the protective services budget by $60,000 starting in 2025 to fund a regional emergency management coordinator position to be shared with the town of Banff and funded from general town taxation. So this is as the motion indicates, a shared position. My understanding is that Banff has gone ahead with their half of the position. And so this is then us funding our half of the position. This is recommended as part of the overall coordination of regional response to emergencies and goes to protecting our community from any emergencies that may transpire. In particular, at the top of the list is wildfire. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councilor Graham.
Just a question for clarity, Your Worship. So we are sharing $60,000 or $60,000 is our share?
$60,000 is our share.
Just making sure. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Councilor Mall?
Happy to support this, given that we are, we live in a region where Banff has a huge impact on how we respond to emergency management. Taking on a role like this is prudent. Wildfire is still the #1 issue facing us, and while that's not the only emergency, the more resources we can dedicate over this next chunk of time to be prepared, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councilor Faubert, would you like to bring a motion?
I think that one was on my list, but not how I had it. Okay. Motion is that the Finance Committee direct administration to increase the projected revenue in municipal enforcement by $28,000 starting in 2026 through a commercial paid parking program. And speaking to this, this is a 2026 motion, and the commercial paid parking service level is something that we have been moving towards in terms of addressing a number of areas in our community where there is a lot of commercial parking. Paid parking is, I think we've seen a tool that we can use in order to manage how people park. And so I would like to put this motion forward and move forward with this in 2026.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councilor Hillstead.
I'm not gonna be able to support this at this time. I think we need to have a workshop on the whole commercial paid parking thing, like just with what was presented to us earlier. I don't think we have quite a consensus on exactly how we should be doing this, and I think there might be other solutions outside of paid parking for some of those areas. And it might be that paid parking is the way to go, but right now I just feel there's more information needed before we put this in. That's just where I stand at the moment.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councilor Mall.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate the intent where Councilor Faubert is coming from with this motion. But I do think it presupposes the idea that a commercial paid parking program is the correct solution that we want to implement. For myself, currently, I'm not exactly sure what our desired outcomes are, particularly. I think we need to do a little bit more research, and it could very well be that a paid parking program is what it is that we need to do for the commercial side. But I'd like to have a little more fulsome information before we commit to that path. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum?
So I appreciate you bringing this forward, and this could indeed be a solution, but I'm not sure, as much like my colleagues have said, it's the solution. I'm actually worried about the unintended consequences of it. And so, until I think we can have further conversations about that, I'm gonna hold off for now. But this is definitely something, in 2025 you could bring forward for 2026. I just, at this point, I'm just worried about the unintended consequences.
I think I'm in the same place as set out by Councillor Hillstad and also by Councillors Moe and McCallum. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Merrill.
Thank you. I also cannot support this at the moment. I'd like to see a little further thought process into something. I am in agreement with Councillor McCallum, thinking there could be unintended consequences to this. I think there's other solutions, and I'd like to see like a little, briefing or workshop to see, because it's more about, I know I've been bringing this up because it's a problem in some areas, but it's not necessarily about providing parking for commercial. It's about managing it, so, thank you.
Councillor Faubert, do you have anything you'd like to add to close? No? Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is defeated with Councillor Faubert in favor. I will now move the one that's numbered 3, please. Okay, this motion is to that the Finance Committee direct administration to implement the option presented by administration to permanently reduce service levels in the Child and Youth Business Unit in Recreation Services starting in 2025, so that an approximate net annual savings of $50,000 is achieved. This motion was spoken to in a previous closed session, as it has sensitive materials, but it goes to a service that is being underutilized. And if anybody would like to be asking specific questions, we can go into closed session to do so. Okay, so I will move that we go into a closed session. To prevent the disclosure of information that could reasonably be expected to reveal pending budgetary decisions in accordance with Section 24, Sub 1, Sub G of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, and any other section that may be applicable. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So we'll
You're a pro.
Got a case, as Sally puts it, the OLD. The old lazy.
Okay, we're back out of our closed session. There's a motion on the table. Councillor McCallum, I think you wanted to
Yeah.
potentially bring an amending motion?
Thank you, your worship. I'd like to make an amendment to this motion, that, from 2025 to 2026. And in speaking to that, we are in 2025, and so in the passing of this motion, when it goes to council, or, embedded within the budget, we will be essentially giving, the go-ahead for administration to cease this service, altogether. And, I think that it behooves us to give our patrons and ratepayers and users of this service some notice to be able to plan accordingly.
So I can cut things short. And
Yeah.
I'll accept a
Okay.
friendly, I'll accept a friendly amendment
Okay.
of changing it to 2026, so that, that then administration, if this ultimately is approved by council, can seek those savings in due course. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we'll do one more motion and then take a short break before doing a few more before. In fact, you know what? We're going to actually just take a 10-minute break right now.
Breaks.
We'll be back at 11:30, and then we'll move to a Councillor Faubert to bring a motion. Okay, we're back. Just to give everybody a sense, we're going to go until 12:30, and then we'll take an hour break at that point. So now we are going to move to the next motion. Councillor Faubert.
This, there were a number of areas where, administration had put forward options for council to consider. This was one that I wanted to bring forward, that the finance committee direct administration to add $15,000 to the 2025 communications department operating budget for a corporate branding guideline refresh to be funded by general taxation. I'll speak to the importance of this. One being that this is something that as a corporation, as a business, that, you know, we need to do regularly. And our last corporate branding exercise was in 2011. Is that the year you went to this place? 'Cause I remember. Yeah. Go beyond. And so I think that this is a rather modest amount of money in order to freshen up our branding, and I think that it's important. I sometimes find that municipal governments, I don't necessarily think put as much in communications as they should overall. And it can be frustrating because really, you know, you as much as we put in is as much as we can deliver to our community. And so being able to deliver our communications to our residents, our taxpayers, our visitors, with a branding guideline refresh will help continue on the work that communications has done with the storytelling piece. And I think that visually is very stunning and really good work, and I'd like to keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
I am happy to support this. Thank you, Councillor Faubert, for bringing this forward. I remember when our last branding exercise occurred, because you and I were hanging out that day. And it is, you know, something in terms of, it's not about a logo on a sheet. It's about how the branding sort of infiltrates its way through all communications, whether it's inward-facing communications, outward-facing communications, as well as marketing. And when I mean marketing, I mean, you know, marketing, say, economic development and so on and so forth, and how they speak and portray themselves to outside agencies who are looking to invest in our community. So I think, you know, $15,000 refresh on something that was done 14 years ago is a pretty good ROI, and I'd be happy to support it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I'll be able to support this one at this point in time. This isn't something that I feel is a priority right now. It's not something I'm hearing the community ask for. It's a relatively small amount of money, but I don't feel like this is a priority for me at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated with Councillors McCallum, Faubert, and Mayor Krausert in favor, or in support. I will then move number 4. Mr. Clerk. Okay. This one is, I see it more as a housekeeping thing. I move that the Finance Committee direct administration to reduce the Canmore Community Housing, CCH requisition by $43,000 in 2025 due to savings from the Provincial Municipal Property Tax Reduction Program. And starting in 2026, work with CCH to revise their requisition to account for this program in their requisition. In speaking to this motion, I believe that this aligns with Canmore Community Housing's board's direction in this regard. So it's just implementing that. There is going to be a savings due to municipal taxes not being charged due to the provincial program. And so that we're going to pass that on to savings to our taxpayers. And then it will be worked into the calculations from 2026 onwards. So I would ask for your support for this motion. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma?
I'm happy to support, sir. It aligns with CCH board direction as well, so.
Thank you. Thank you for that confirmation. I'll call a question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Faubert, do you have a motion you'd like to bring forward?
Yeah, number 15. Okay, that the Finance Committee direct administration to add $40,000 to 2025 and 2026 Community Social Development Operating Budget as a 2-year pilot and add home support services for seniors to the Affordable Service Program. I believe that our affordable service program is exceptional and a success, and I appreciate the recommendation that we continue building upon that success, and in particular, add home support services for seniors. I like also that this is a pilot project, which means that we can determine whether or not this delivers on accountability and supports our seniors in the community, and after the 2 years are up. Thank you.
Okay. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I will support this with hesitance. I am concerned that we're moving into jurisdictions of care that are the responsibility of the provincial government, but I think at minimum we'll be able to provide a framework for them to fund moving forward, should they choose to. I think we have the best FCSS department in the province, in my opinion, and they work their backsides off with what little they have and have a huge impact in the community. But I do believe this services and supports for seniors of low income is the responsibility of the province of Alberta and not the responsibility of the municipality of Canmore. However, I do believe that the 2-year pilot will be able to allow us to figure out where the sweet spots are and if there's actually even a need for what it is that we have the ability to provide based on what is already provided in the community. So I'll support this. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Hillstad.
I'm still on the fence with this one for many of the exact same reasons that Councillor McCallum just said. So I tend to lean to not support it because, again, I don't want us moving into that space because I feel if we start now, the province is going to say, oh, good job, keep doing it. So, yeah, I'm struggling with this one because I think if we move into that space, even as a pilot, they're just going to say, oh, no, you got it now. So part of me wants to not just because I think it's going to bite us in the long run. So. Yeah.
Okay.
Tough one.
Councillor Mara, then Councillor Greer.
Thank you. I tend to be on the caution side with Councillor Hillstad at the moment. I do know, I can't speak to it at the moment, but I know that there are some already support services for the people that are under a certain income threshold that are provided through different agencies. But I can't confirm which one at the moment because I remember looking into it about 18 months ago, and there was some support for in-home services as in cleaning and just general support. So I'm leaning towards not supporting this at the moment.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. This is absolutely needed in our community, but this is a provincial program. And it's hard for me to talk about provincial downloading when we're actually just a step into their realm. So for that fact, I won't be able to support it.
Councillor Faubert to close.
We actually, in our FCSS department, have a person dedicated to seniors. So I believe it is some part of the fact that seniors live in our community means that there are some support services that we do provide. There is no affordable services program in the province, right? So this is our own, this affordable services program is ours alone, and something that we've created to help address livability and affordability in our community. I think seniors who, especially those who are on limited incomes, are the most affected. This is a pilot, and it comes as a recommendation from the people in our FCSS department who work with seniors. So I think I acknowledge and I respect the cautious approach, because we don't want to download onto ourselves, so to speak. But there are spaces where all levels of government occupy a place and a role. And I think when it comes to seniors in our community, there's things that we can do. If this is not something that council wants to do, I understand and respect that. It was something that I wanted to try. Thanks.
I find I need to be refreshed on what sort of support services it would encompass. I was wondering if Mr. Mackay, if you had any of that at your fingertips? Sorry, I know that we dealt with this previously.
Yeah, no problem. Just maybe you could clarify the question. What would be the supports that this program would provide?
Yes.
So it would be similar in a lot of ways to the Banff program, their home support program. So things like light housekeeping duties, occasional assistance with meal preparation, some companionship opportunities here and there, taking out the garbage, helping with recycling, kind of general life things that folks could use a little bit of extra help
Thank you.
with.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And Councillor Faubert?
But this would be for seniors who are part of the Affordable Services Program, not just for seniors in our community, right?
That's correct. That's what the program would be targeted there.
So if there's seniors in our community who can afford to pay market price for people to come and clean their homes and do that kind of service, those people wouldn't be able to afford access this. I think that, to me, that was an important thing. Thank you.
With that clarification, I can support the program. I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated with Councillors McCallum and Faubert and Mayor Krausert in support. I am now going to move to number 9. I move that the Finance Committee direct administration to reduce the municipal enforcement operating budget by $10,000 in training in 2025 only due to community peace officer attrition. So this was a recommended motion. It's $10,000 that will not be used, therefore we shouldn't tax for it. And
David Lynch died.
I would ask that you support this motion. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor
I have a
McCallum.
question. I'm trying to make my computer not beep. That's not my question. So we are removing $10,000 in 2025, and then we are reinserting $10,000 in 2026.
No, we're leaving it in 2026 as currently budgeted. We're just taking 10,000 out of 2025.
So generally, when we take out and then reinsert, it generally means that the increase doubles the tax ask. Is that the case? And
I'm gonna look at Ms. Gibbons to ensure that I get this right, but I believe because it's already built in 2026, this is a case where it wouldn't happen.
okay,
what happens is when we take something out and then have to put it back in, but what the number that we
Partial
started this
together.
meeting with, for example, has it in both years, so it'd just be the reduction to 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Correct?
Sorry, and I was actually confirming how
Yeah.
it was budgeted in our financial system. So it is in there currently in every year is an increase to the training budget. So, so sorry, there was some nuance there around what, you might just have to refresh my memory on what was the exact question, sorry?
So generally, when we take something out in one year and then reinsert it back the next, it means actually a doubling because you're making up for what was, and then you're adding it. And I just want to confirm that that's not going to be problematic for us, that's all. Or that
Like it
that's-
already is in there in
Yeah.
26. We'll just have, I guess, the kind of impact of, again, 2025 being lower. So the percentage increase in 2026 does go up slightly as 25 goes
Yeah.
down, but I
It's
don't
only-
think
and
that full
it's-
doubling.
I don't want
Yeah.
to say $10,000 and it's a lot of money,
Yeah.
but it's $10,000. I just wanted to
Yeah.
ask. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Mall?
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for the clarification there, admin. I'm happy to support this. We're just right-sizing the training budget relative to the staffing need. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Faubert, do you have a motion you'd like to bring forward?
Let's try number 14.
This one is to direct administration to remove 14,500 from the 2025 Parks operating budget to reduce mowing maintenance on Bow Valley Trail and Elk Run Boulevard. I think like mowing maintenance is one of those things that this was one of the options provided, I think, to help us wrap our minds around some of the ups and down knobs that we can turn in terms of service and what that means. I didn't want to just add things to the budget. I thought that this one was a motion that could result in an unnoticeable change in service, in the sense that how much we mow depends on the growing season, and so it's weather dependent. The other factor is that if a change like this actually, like, if we find that we don't like what it results in, it can be added back in 2026. And that's, so I wanted to, because I really, there's, like, when it comes to the next two motions that I wanted to bring forward, they were really important to me, but they're adding money to the budget, and so I wanted to offset adding things. Oh, I didn't want to just only add things. I wanted to find something that perhaps we could turn the dial down on to offset. So, thank you for listening to me talk about this one in a very unorganized manner.
Councillor Hillstad, you'd like to speak to the motion?
I'm leaning towards support. Just for clarity from admin, with the reduced mowing, like currently, right now, ballpark, how often do we mow? Like, is this gonna be like we mow every 2 weeks and now we're gonna mow every 3 weeks? Like, just kind of, I'm just curious exactly how this is all gonna work exactly. Like, is it like no mowing at all, or is it just, we aren't gonna go out every 2 weeks, we'll now push it back to?
I'd have to get back to you with specifics. It's not a reduction to no mowing, no,
Okay.
it's just
That,
I think Councillor Faubert spoke to it quite well, it's a reduced level of service and just dialing that service down a bit.
yeah, no,
I can get back to council though with the specifics.
That's fine, like, it'll be, I know, I'm gonna totally go out there now with a tape measure and see exactly how long the grass is and see. No. That would be funny to see though, so, no, I'm fine with this. Again, I noticed it when they're getting mowed, just because someone's driving on them with the lawnmower and it's, it's like, oh, look, they're mowing the grass, but I don't think this is gonna be that noticeable, so I'm happy to support.
Councillor Mall?
Thank you, Worship. Question for admin, like, I'm assuming that when you guys brought this forth as a potential option, appearances were somewhat factored into the aesthetics of what we would have. The reason why is like I feel a lot of people are new to Canmore. They drive in their first glimpse of Canmore is on Bull Valley Trail or Elkhorn Boulevard. I just want to make sure what we're presenting forth is still looking passable.
Honestly, I believe that's a pretty subjective assessment.
Okay.
What we've done is, as we've, I believe, over years had conversations with council on, it's about discerning the nice to have from need to have. So will this have an aesthetic impact? Likely. Is that okay?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah.
It depends. I believe, administration put it forward as an option because we believe it is something we could try. And if in a year council's not happy with that outcome, it could be added back in. But it really is about getting clarity on that service level piece and what can we live with as a community.
Yeah. And when you guys say Bow Valley Trail, are we referring to the entirety of Bow Valley Trail or like certain segments?
It would be along the length of it, yeah.
The whole length. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCallum?
I think this is,
Okay. Councillor Graham?
This is a question that probably should have happened a little while back, but to administration, is there plans to look at more maintenance-free styles of design, I guess?
I believe we do that in areas right now, not across the board, obviously, because playing fields are going to take some maintenance and,
Sure,
and some
of
of those
course.
open spaces will. Where we can lean towards a lower maintenance landscaping treatment, we'll do that. This kind of balances it, like with, especially along roadways and those rights of way, we also just want to think about sight lines and visibility and that type of thing,
Yeah.
right? So it depends on the area and the function of that area.
Okay. Personally, I'm leaning towards supporting this and seeing how it goes. Aesthetics do matter in a tourist town, certainly, but mowing lawns is also not my favorite thing to have done.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak to this motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, I will then move to number 6. Okay, I move that Finance Committee direct administration to fund playground life cycle carry 2025 project from the General Capital Reserve in the amount presented to Finance Committee in a closed session. Speaking to this motion, we moved $2.75 million from funding the stone works mitigation to out of General Capital Reserve, and we moved that to the livability because it opens up that land for development. So we had an influx of that 2.75 million. There are some unfunded projects in 2025 that we could use a portion of those funds for. So I'll be making some motions that really add up to, in grand total, over the course of 4 different projects, about $730,000. So there would still be a net $2 million if all 4 of those were approved. And this being the first of the 4, it would be still a net increase to the general capital reserve of $2 million or so. So this one is about replacing a playground that is at the end of its life cycle. And I believe that it's incumbent upon us to keep our playgrounds up to date for safety, aesthetic, and livability reasons. And so I would ask that you support adding or funding this project out of the general capital reserve. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? Councillor Ma.
Your worship, could you just please let me know which page this capital project is? I'm just trying to find it, and I'm struggling to find the price of it. I don't want to speak towards it, but I just want to understand it.
Here, I'll just bring it to you.
Oh, yeah, we're in the wrong section.
Councillor Ma.
Just for clarity to administration, when you refer to the Cary parking lot, or sorry, the Cary playground, when you're at the four-way stop, where you turn right to head into Peaks and turn left onto the parkway, is it that playground right there in the corner?
No, there's not a playground there. It's when you go into the homesteads.
Yeah.
So you turn left, jeepers. Just at the top, like when you come up out of the valley, hang a left to go into homesteads. And then there's a T intersection there, right?
Yeah.
So just past that T intersection, there's a
Okay.
playground in there.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm like referring to the right playground. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be in favor of this motion. I feel our playgrounds are a really important asset in our community, and they really sort of send the message that children are welcome everywhere in every neighborhood in Canmore. And when we continue to update those playgrounds, we continue to make those communities welcoming to all families, not just certain types of families. I also think from a safety perspective, it behooves us to maintain them and keep them. I'm guessing this one's over 20 years old and I have a 30, then it's made of wood and it's time for it to go. It is a splinter city waiting to happen based on my own personal experience, so I'll be happy to support this. Thank
Yes,
you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, yes, it was built in approximately 1993. Good. Okay. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, Councillor Faubert.
All right, this is in relation to removing fireworks from our New Year's Eve celebrations as a community and trying to find another form of light or vibrancy or activation to engage our community at that time of year. And I propose that the Finance Committee direct administration to add $30,000 in 2025 and $15,000 in 2026 and subsequent years to the Arts and Events operating budget from the Art Trust Reserve for a New Year's Eve light installation. And I actually think there's greater potential for this than what we might be budgeting, especially given some light installations that do exist out there in communities. There's potential sponsorship opportunity and partnership, but that's in the delivery of it and the potential. And this, we have to start somewhere. And I think that putting some money into establishing a light installation for our community over the New Year's period would be an excellent investment in gathering, celebration, community, relationships, and brings people together. And I think that it can tie in really nicely to the New Year's at the rink events. And I think that there is a canvas there for the Arts and Events Department to work with. And I don't want to presuppose what it is, because creativity is amazing. But I do want to do something, and I think that I've had some help with crafting the motion and the amounts, and I'm hoping that I can gain some support from my colleagues on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
Just a question for admin. What other events, is there events and things currently planned? Like, are we gonna say similar things like what we saw this year minus the fireworks? Or like, is there other stuff, like, basically, if we don't do this, or if we do this, like, is it supplemental and adding, or is it, this is like the end all and be all, and this is the only thing we're doing? Like, how's that gonna look?
Sure, there's still, in the draft budget, there's still funds allocated to provide a similar New Year's Eve celebration, so likely at the Canmore Rec Center again, without fireworks.
Thank you.
Just on clarification as well, when we're talking about light installation, that means some sort of activation using light. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's just something you go and look at. It could be a presentation of some sort. Is that the understanding?
A presentation of sorts. I don't know if that exact detail has been sorted out, but the intent is to have both an
It could
indoor,
include that possibility.
yeah, an indoor and an outdoor component, and that there's some interactive nature to it. So as someone experiencing it moves, the light would move as well. So it's almost it's an immersive type experience.
Okay, good. Councillor Graham and Councillor Mo.
Oh, question to administration. If we were to remove the word light installation and open it up to other possibilities.
What about a light activation? Does activation
Yeah,
as a word work for you? Because I would take activation instead of installation. Because that came out of what the mayor said. And I think that is a word better gets at where I'm heading. So I would take that as a friendly, is that a friendly?
Not yet, just hold on. Yeah, I guess I'm looking to open the door to things outside of light installations or activations. I'm certainly not opposed to drone shows and laser shows and all that sort of stuff, but I wondered if we open this up just even a little bit more to allow that creativity for other possibilities.
Just a reminder, this motion came out of direction from the last finance committee to research this. So that work on creativity, and it's already been done, and it's how we got to be able to provide this amount for this program. So this was previously made, this is administration's response.
And I caution myself constantly to not overthink, right? We're saying what? We want to do something, and we want it to be at this time of year, and we want it to engage the community, and then the how comes out of this. And we don't know what it'll be, and maybe there might be a few versions we try before, as a community, maybe we have to build it over time. Maybe it's an investment over time. But we don't have fireworks for the next New Year's, and I'd like to start, I'd like to give our administration a canvas to work with to do something equally, or something that delivers the same thing that fireworks does potentially, but with less of an impact on our community. Given that we have said as a community we don't want fireworks. I'd still have fireworks, just to be clear. I would 100% have fireworks. Without fireworks, I would like to go down this route.
Councillor Mo.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I think I'm kind of thinking maybe in similar veins where you're coming from, Mayor Crosser, with regards to like a light installation. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around that. Is that like a brief event that happens in like a very short span of time? Is it something like Spirit of Christmas, for example, which is set up in Banff and is available for people to see for multiple weeks? That part of that is what I'm trying to figure out with reference to budget. And question for administration, this is the sort of thing where these funds would go towards building an installation, and that installation would be reused year over year and then potentially augmented?
Yeah, maybe I can address a couple
you.
of things there for clarification. So the reason the amount is higher in 2025 is to purchase equipment design, so call them the startup costs. And then the lower amount in subsequent years is because a lot of that equipment gets reused, and contracted services, et cetera, would still be required. In I believe it was the December 5th meeting, or in your packages, there is some visuals as far as what that could look like, but the intent would be that rather than being a fireworks show that is minutes in duration, that the installations would be up and people could experience them for a series of weeks.
Okay, yeah, great, yeah. And just one last question for the admin. What was our budget for fireworks at New Year's Eve again?
It's approximately $10,000.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Hillstead?
I'm still debating which way I'm going with this one. To Councillor Graham's question, I see where he was going with just, basically New Year's Eve events. Like, to me, whether it's a light installation or if it's, maybe we do concerts or we do something, like, I'm open to other things. The light installation is not my first thing. Again, I would agree with Councillor Forbert. I love fireworks, but that's my personal preference, and again, it's not for everyone. So, and again, the light installation, it's not going to be for everyone either. That is art in essence. So that's the only. I think that's where Councillor Graham was going, was more just opening it up so that maybe it is a light installation, or maybe it's just we increase the budget so that arts and events can just augment what they currently are doing and choose whatever they think is going to be the best fit for the community, whether it's the light installation or if it's other things. And I get we had direction to see what that was all about, but after seeing what it was all about, doesn't do. I'm not a huge fan of it, but that's my personal preference. That's why I would be looking towards Councillor Graham's thought of just removing the light installation and just basically having additional funds for New Year's Eve events. And it can be, and if it ends up being light installation, that's what the arts and events team decides to go with, great. If it ends up being, they think we do like a battle of the bands on the pond or something like that, great. They are way better at this than I'm ever gonna be, so I'm happy to let them just have some additional funds and run with it. And again, if they've already researched the light installation, that's the way they choose, great. It's just, to me, I like to open it up just in case some other idea comes forward, and yeah, so that would be, I would put a motion forward just to change it to, from the Arts Reserve for New Year's Eve, Eve events or strategies, or events. So then that could cover the light installation.
Okay, so Councillor Frobert, I know you turned your light on, wanting to respond to something, so we'll go to you first and then to Councillor Mara.
Well, Councillor Marin can go first.
Okay, Councillor Mara?
Okay, thank you. I like the idea of, after Mr. Mackay has just stated that it's something that could be one in the light installation, could be something that's enjoyed for weeks and by all ages. I'm looking, especially for price, obviously we'd be buying some infrastructure, but something to use continuously instead of just a one-off. This is more than just New Year's Eve, so I would stick with the light installation. I like that idea if we're not going to do fireworks. So.
Councillor Frobert?
I'm definitely hearing what my colleagues are saying, and one of the things that I think is really important at the end of December is brightness and light. And I use the word vibrancy as well, and I think that Councillor Mama picked up on the spirit of Christmas in Banff, and that's exactly the kind. I didn't want to presuppose, like, I don't want to do that exactly, but I want to head down the road of something that has a similar delivery, where there is engagement and activation, lightness, celebration, community, and it lasts for a period of time, because it's not fireworks. Fireworks is 10 minutes and it's done. This, and you know, and I think that we have to, if we start here, we can build upon this idea in different ways. But for me, actually setting out and saying we want to do some sort of light installation or activation is us taking a leadership role in our community and as a council and members of our community, and saying that this is what we think we need. And I think it's at that high enough of a level, and I know before Councillor McCallum talked about it as a touchstone point, and that's why. And I think that our Arts and Events Department already does really amazing work with the budget for New Year's Eve, which does include live bands. I couldn't see them this year because I was stuck in that craft room, volunteering the whole night. But right, that it's a huge community event now that sees a lot of people come through it, and I think that having an outdoor element with a light activation really just is taking us up another level. But I do understand that another route would be to add money to the budget and have the arts and events people do it. But I'm particularly interested in setting a direction around light for that reason. So thanks for letting me add that.
From my perspective, I can hear, I'm agreeing with Councillor Faubert that I would like to see something more since we're not having fireworks. However, I'm also in agreement with those who have expressed concerns that I don't know if we're there yet as to what it is. And I know we received a presentation in response to the motion. I recall not being really enthused with the sorts of ideas that came forward. So I'm a little bit on the fence on this one because I'm toying with whether just to support this sort of a motion and see what comes of it, or if once we're back in council, there needs to be some further direction provided to come up with something else. But anyway, that's just where my thoughts are right now. Councillor Ma, then Councillor Graham.
Yep, so I think Councillor Faubert kind of like helped clarify for me. I do think something that is a multi-week exposure to the community is helpful. And so, you know, we have seen other things, for example, Spirit of Christmas, which is actually like something that people eagerly look forward to. If we have some sort of installation that is of a multi-span, it also helps visitation for the town. And so that's where I'm leaning towards that. I would also like second what you said there too, Your Worship, how like the initial ideas that were presented before weren't totally lighting my fire either. So I wouldn't mind seeing a little additional direction as well.
Lighting your fire.
Lighting my fire. Boom.
Councillor Graham.
Your Worship, I'd like to propose an amendment, please.
All right.
I'd like to propose that we change the words light installation to event.
I mean, respectfully, we already have an event that's funded in your budget. So I do think if council wants, it's really hard to know what to do with and forgive me, I can't remember your exact language, didn't float my boat, didn't excite me. Light your fire. We're gonna need more direction on what council is looking for. So we already have funding for an event on New Year's Eve. And if you want us to spend $30,000 more on New Year's Eve, then we're gonna need to understand what that is.
I just want to apologize for saying no to Councillor Graham. I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish with your motion or your amendment. And then the other thing that I wanted to suggest is I'm hungry and it's hard to think. And maybe this is something that we come back to after lunch, because there was a report that we did get. Maybe we're not there yet. And then the other thing too, I just want to say is like, if this doesn't go forward at this time, like I'm not sad, or I wouldn't be sad or daunted, because I'm gonna keep trying to find the right mix and the right way and the right thing for us as a council to believe that it is good for our community. I'm gonna keep working on it. So thank you everyone for helping me, and my thought process on this one, keep moving forward.
Okay, we've got some motions on the table. Normally, I don't like to break in mid-motion, but I think that there's some things that we probably need to think about, so let's take a break for lunch. Let's return at 1:30, please. Okay. Do we have to table the motion?
I mean, technically,
Okay. All right, I will table,
it'll just be a live motion, but it,
yeah, well, that's the thing, is I don't see, there's no break. Right? Yeah, okay, yeah, it's not late. Yeah, all right, see everybody at 1:30 where we'll pick this up. Ben to give me the thumbs up when we are back. Okay, we're back, everyone, from our lunch break. We have a motion and an amending motion on the table. Councillor Graham, it's your amending motion, changing the wording from light installation to basically events. Is that the wording is that wording finalized for you?
Yes, I am good with the wording we've got right here. Yes.
Okay. Would you like to speak any further to the motion?
Let's just recap quickly.
Sure.
Since we did take a break for lunch. This, in my mind, opens up admin's ability to do whatever creative options they feel is appropriate, and if that includes light installation, then so be it. But I just think that this gives them a little bit more flexibility. Some of the members of council have expressed that they weren't super excited about the options that were brought forward in the past. This gives us the ability to explore other avenues, so should we desire.
Would you consider a friendly amendment to just add additional in front of New Year's Eve events? Because there already is an event funded and this is additional funding, so it's.
That is my intent.
Yeah, so if we could just add additional in there, thank you. Okay, would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
I'm not gonna vote in favor of the amendment, because I very specifically, like, additional New Year's light event, like, we have programming for New Year's, and I think that the programming has changed with the cancellation of the fireworks, and I'd like to add some programming to replace the fireworks, and the programming is specifically like a light-based programming. So while I appreciate this kind of steps it back and is looking to give some creativity and flexible options, what I do think we need instead is direction, to head towards more of a defined area around what it is specifically in terms of an event we want to be added. So I think that it's not clear enough with the amendment, and it is clear with the original motion. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak to the amending motion? In speaking to it myself, I'll support the amending motion. I don't know if I'll then support the motion if amended. I need to think about that a little bit further, but this gets it closer to me for doing something, something more. Councillor Hills, Dr. Cottle.
Actually, I think I'll wait to see what happens with this and then.
Okay. Okay, I will call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried with councillors Faubert, Mara, and McCallum opposed. So now we have an amended motion on the table. So in speaking to the amended motion that's on the table then, I was happy that the amendment was made because I actually didn't see that the projects that were put forth as ideas that would cost these amounts were satisfactory to me to be in place of the fireworks. I don't know if this is actually, if this is approved, I would live with it. I'm probably not going to support this because I do believe that there is additional guidance that would need to be made and would probably be better made at a council table if somebody wants to get some additional information from administration as to alternatives. Would anybody like to speak to this amended motion? Councillor McCallum.
I think I'm not gonna be able to support this main motion. And I'm sorry to hear that you in June didn't appreciate some of the options that were brought forward. But I was wondering if we actually told administration that, because I think that they're coming forward with what they saw. Nobody's said, oh, hey, that's completely offside, that's not what I had in mind, so on and so forth at the June presentation. And so maybe we as a council should have maybe done a better job of directing administration on what they should have come back with, and I don't think we did a great job at all on that. So
I don't disagree.
but I, in my mind, had light. I'm not interested in adding more dollars towards a bigger New Year's Eve activity, so I won't be able to support this. And I
Anybody else?
suggest that if we want something different, we're actually clear to administration as to what we want.
Agreed. Councillor Graham, did you have something, or is that a legacy? Sure. Okay, Councillor Ma?
I was curious if people would be open to amending this motion, where it says, at the tail end, operating budget from the Art and Trust Reserve for additional years event such as light installation.
Oh, I think that goes
Let's just bring it back, right?
against the amending motion
Yeah,
that was just
all right,
made.
okay.
If you're gonna suggest something completely different, it would be appropriate,
Mm-hmm.
but since it just basically goes back.
Yep, okay, all right.
Okay.
Maybe, what about a motion to reconsider the last motion? Because it sounds like you maybe didn't want to vote for it.
That is open to you were on the approving side. You can certainly reconsider the last motion. You would need a 2/3 majority, so you'd need to get 5 out of 7.
That'll never happen.
Okay, so there's a reconsider motion on the table to reconsider the amending motion that replaced addition, or at, that last phrase went from New Year's lights installation to additional New Year's Eve events. It is debatable. Would anybody like to speak to the motion to reconsider? Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor of reconsidering the last motion? Okay. Okay, so it's back. That motion is on the table. So we have an amending motion on the table. Were you wanting to let it sit as it is, or were you wanting to put an amendment to the amending motion?
Your mic's not on.
Sorry, guys, I'm just recovering from a cold and I'm running at 30%. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Graham, that finance can amend motion to the by, yeah, like, I tried to amend it just back to the original one. Just
Okay,
keep
so
the
you
light
wanna defeat
installation.
this?
Yeah.
Okay, would anybody like to speak to this amending motion back on the table? I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Hold on.
Oh, Councillor Graham.
If I may, Councillor Ma.
Sure, yeah, sorry.
You
Sorry for all
you-
this
you and I
guys.
think the same all the time anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
It's the voting, apparently, but all the time, so.
Oh. You just spoke to adding the words, such as a light installation. Is that your intent here?
Yeah, like, what I feel is actually, like, now that I think back on, like, the discussion we've had amongst everyone,
Yeah.
I do feel I have interest and desire to see something, such as Councillor Flaubert brought up, like a multi-week sort of installation piece.
Sure.
Having said that, I would also say that I'd appreciate, like, other options coming forth of what that light installation would look like.
Sure.
But I'm willing to, like, put it out there, commit to the light installation, and hope for
So,
hope for a better outcome.
so would you like to add an amendment to my amendment that says additional New Year's Eve events such as a light installation?
Sure.
So you'll accept that as a friendly
Yeah,
amendment?
I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Councillor.
All
Should we vote
right,
on that? Yeah.
Even though it's back to his motion?
It's not, it's additional to what
Yeah.
we're doing, and we just voted on it, so.
just for process, could we actually have up the original motion that had our installation wording in it? Or light installation? I'm kind of losing the thread of how adding light installation is gonna be different than the original motion we started with. So for my own clarity.
Councillor Marr, are you intending that it be a light installation? Are you intending to be open to, but it could be a light installation, but it could be something else?
Yes.
Okay, so that is different wording and that is different meaning.
Yep.
So that is an appropriate amendment?
Yep. I'm looking for a broader thing that encompass all options.
Yep.
I just administratively, I don't feel that the amended motion says that, especially if we're gonna add
Well,
such
it's
as a
not, it
light
doesn't say it
installation.
yet. Doesn't say it yet. So what the original motion said is for,
Right.
instead of additional New Year's Eve events, for a New Year's Eve light installation. That's the original motion. So it's very specific, it's light installation. The amendment moves it to additional New Year's events, but the motion, the amendment that's being put forward by Councillor Ma is to add, after additional Year's events, including a light installation.
Yep.
The intent here is that it could be something other than light installation, which is a different intent than the original motion. And therefore, I'll accept it as an appropriate amending motion.
I'm not sure the right time I do have an administrative question for clarity.
Okay.
Again, I do feel as administration, this still is not clear direction on how this is different from the original motion. So in June, we presented a light installation and what that would look like, and this budget is specifically tied to that presentation in June. We have done no work on what 30,000, and it's unclear to me, we're talking about or additional things or more options. You've given no direction around that except for including a light installation. So the $30,000 is, and then the 15 would pay for the light installation that was presented in June. From this motion, as administration, I would say, go do the light installation. That's how I read this motion. So if you want something different than what was in June, then I would ask that and maybe we don't want to write it on the fly today, but I think then there needs to be further direction. It is unclear to me how administration would meet any intent other than a light installation. I don't think we have that direction from council. So the ask is for something more specific so we can meet the objective of what you're trying to do. And I mean, maybe if Mr. Mackay, if you feel different as the GM who would direct that department, I just know there's dissatisfaction, but it's unclear to me what is being asked for.
It would be helpful to have the clarity that you're seeking, so that we can meet the expectation of council.
Okay, so that advice is received. A motion is on the table. We can't have an amendment to an amendment unless the mover of the amending is not finalized his wording yet. Otherwise, we're going to move towards, after people spoke to it, voting, and we'll see where we land. This is the democracy process at work. Councillor Faubert. Okay.
So we're voting on this amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
So the amendment to the amendment, which is adding, including a light installation. All those in favor? Opposed? The amending motion is defeated with councillors Graham and Ma in support. We're now back to the original amending motion, which is just leaving it open with additional New Year's Eve events. I believe that Dr. Cottle's, Mr. Mackay's comments stand that doesn't provide direction or sufficient direction. So consider that as part of your decision-making. Would anybody like to speak to the original amending motion that is still on the table? Councillor Faubert.
I'm going to speak against it. I'm still want to move forward with the original motion, specifically around a form of a light installation and not additional events, because that's why I had asked for that information and had been moving this forward. If we're not successful here, I think that there's still room on the runway to do the work that might be needed. But one thing I just want to caution is like, we cannot presuppose in our minds what this would look like on the ground based on a one-sheet handout in June. We're building potential here, and we have to have some level of trust that, and not just trust, but then we also have to give good direction. And that's why I'm specifically sticking around a light installation, because that's good, that is specific direction. If that's not a vision that we see in the future of our community, that we can still come up with a vision, but this is where, the direction that I'd like to continue to go in.
I am going to be changing the way I voted originally. I'm taking into account the advice received by admin that it's not sufficient. I don't actually feel that the direction for light installation was captured in what we were presented before, so I'd be preferring to go a route of a little bit back to the drawing board. So as far as this amending motion, I'll vote against. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Okay, call the question. All those in favor of the amending motion?
Just because.
Okay, all those opposed? The amending motion is now defeated with Councillor Graham in support. We're back to the original motion. So
Sorry, Ben.
yes, there it is.
We're just putting him through his paces.
For the
There it
viewers
is.
at
I'm
home.
so looking forward to these.
You know what? Every so often, every conversation goes down a rabbit hole. And, or a conversation can go down a rabbit hole. It happens in democracy as well. And I think that the key element here is there isn't clear idea as to what that light installation could be. And there isn't clear acceptance of that which has been supported. And so I think that this is evidence of maybe we're not there yet. And so we are back to our original motion, and subject to anybody wishing to propose an amendment. Anybody wishing to speak to the original motion? Councillor Hillstead.
I'm not gonna propose an amendment, because I'm not gonna, other than, we should add another L to counselor, just because that's off right now, but other than that, no, I just, at this point, I won't be able to support, just because again, maybe my mind can't visualize what this might look like, but at this point, it's just not the direction I want to go, so leave it at that.
Okay, I'm in the same spot. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham?
I'm afraid that if we don't do this, then I don't know where we are. And we need to celebrate New Year's, and there needs to be some sort of.
Well, I think there could be a motion brought when the budget comes back. Could be a motion arising outside of it to seek additional information. Yeah,
I have a backup plan.
yeah. I think that that's going one way or another. If this is defeated, that's where that would be going.
Okay, if there's a backup plan, then great.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
If it's defeated, then the wisdom of council is we're not there yet and we don't have enough. And so I think that is direction. That's the win would be knowing what more information is needed for the next time we think about this. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for the motion to reconsider. Thank you to the clerk for tracking that. And I look forward to continuing the discussion. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of this? All those opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Hillstad, Mara, and Mara Krausert opposed. Wow. That was a long ways to go to get there. Okay. All right. Let's have a different topic here. I'm going to do number 8. I'm going to do number 8, please. Okay. This one pertains, just so you can find it in your book, it's on page 163 of the package that was provided to council. Of course, this is not a public document because of the amounts stated. I will provide some context here in speaking to the motion. So the motion is that the Finance Committee direct administration to fund Cougar Creek Rink Surface Replacement 2025 project from the General Capital Reserve in the amount presented to Finance Committee in closed session. So this is one of the four that I'm putting forward that add up to $750,000, which would offset the $2.75 million that was put back into the reserve. This one goes to an currently unfunded project in 2025. It is with regards to the Cougar Creek rink, which the last time the asphalt was replaced was 2013 following the floods because half of the rink was lost. The surface is now cracked beyond the point of repair or resurfacing and requires a complete replacement. Installation of a plexi-paved sports surface above the asphalt would provide a durable, multi-use surface for all user groups to enjoy. Given the movement we had with the General Capital Reserve and the need in this particular facility, and it is used quite well in all seasons, actually, I would encourage you to support this motion, and I will now open it up for anybody that wishes to speak to the motion. Councillor Hillstead.
I will support this. As you said, every time I go past there, somebody's in there doing something, so it's definitely well used, so I'm happy to support.
Councillor McCallum, then Councillor Ma. Oh, no, actually, I'm going to do it opposite because you took a bite. Councillor Ma, then Dr.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Councillor.
Happy to support this, Mayor Crowsert. The current surface is at end of life, and this new surface will be optimal for use all year round. I think that's a great thing. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Well-loved facility in Canmore. Yeah, we get a lot of bang for buck out of that little rink. And it's incredibly well accessible, so I'll be happy to support.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Yes, and I want to thank the mayor for bringing forward capital budget motions to address a number of unfunded projects that are really, I think, critical around asset management. You know, we own a lot of infrastructure, and keeping it, upkeeping it is important, and replacing it when it parts. If we do a really great job of keeping our infrastructure, then we don't have to replace it fully every time. And I think that our recreation infrastructure in our community is really important at all ages. So I'm really happy that we were able to reconsider some unfunded projects in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Merrill.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this. A lot of it's already been said, but as a user, and my family uses that a lot, and there's a lot of different age groups that use that, and to be able to use it all season long would be a bonus for the community, so.
Yeah, great, thank you. Councillor McCallum, was there anything else?
No,
Okay,
sorry.
that's fine. No, that's fine. I'm going to call the motion then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, Councillor Faubert, do you have another one you'd like to bring?
I have one more.
Okay.
10. Okay, and it's 10,000. So the reason why there's two, the mayor and I think both had this motion, and he had included the original recommended 10,000 from admin. I really feel strongly that we haven't kept up pace with funding our grant program as our community has grown over time. And the amount that we have of 30,000, even going up by 10 is good. Going up by 20 would have been better. But I think 10 is an incremental, is a step in the right direction. But the other thing that we could do, and that I intend to bring forward at budget for council as a follow-up motion, is to look at how we do grant funding. because we could, along with our other partners in this valley, leverage our funds to have a greater effect in our nonprofit community. I know that there's some work was done on that in the Moving Mountains process. So that to me that's the next step, and I'm presupposing that, but that's why I didn't put forward a motion with 20,000, because I think 10,000 recognizes that we need to go up, we do need to increase it. That is a reasonable, modest amount, and then increasing it into the future, I want to do that along with leveraging and potentially changing the way we deliver this to have a better impact on our nonprofit community. And I know that that's not this motion, but that speaks to why I had thought at first I wanted to go for a higher number, and I'm not. So I look forward to the debate on this, and thank you.
As you referenced, I had an interest in this as well, so I will support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
I will be supporting this. Understanding the state of nonprofits in our country right now, we are at a loss for volunteers in the volunteer industry, as well as at a loss for funding. There are far less funding sources for nonprofits and community organizations in which to draw or apply for. So any addition to this, I think, is a good direction to go into. Thank you.
Councillor Mah.
Just a quick question for administration. The sum amount of the community grants program is currently 30,000, and it's been at that level for how long?
Mr. Mackay, do you know that off the top of your head?
Not a precise number of years, but it hasn't seen, I would want to say over 10 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
As long as I can remember.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't remember it being anything else.
Well, that's super helpful thoughts from admin there, and I'll be able to support this just because $30,000 10 years ago is definitely not what 30,000 buys you today.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hillstead.
I will also support this. I know back when I was on the grant committee, in the before times, we had to do both large grants and the small ones, so it was combined differently, and I feel like there were some years where we kind of did some different things depending on what kind of ask came through. So yeah, it's been a long time since it's been done, and I would be curious though for at some point to look at the whole process, just because almost every year when I was on it, we kind of it almost shifted every year anyways. It was kind of always flowing, and so I think it does need a new look and just see where we're at and how it should all function.
So I did have a conversation with Councillor Faubert about an idea that she had that maybe wasn't most appropriate for the Finance Committee, but just to give a preview, Councillor Faubert is going to be bringing a motion arising at budget time based on some recommendations in I think it was the Moving Mountains report, that may make better use of community grant dollars within the valley. So stay tuned for that. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, I will move number 5, please. This is another one of those projects that are unfunded in 2025 that utilizing a portion of the reserve monies returned to the general capital reserve. Part of that $753,000 for the 4 projects. This one is on page 63. And the motion is that the Finance Committee direct administration to fund IT Safety Management Solution 2025 project from the General Capital Reserve in the amount presented to Finance Committee in a closed session. Essentially, the objective of this project is to implement a safety management solution to support the efficient operation of the health and safety function at the town. This particular solution will provide employees with an easy-to-use, mobile-based tool for reporting incidents, near misses, and hazards. Additionally, the platform will enhance data availability and real-time monitoring, providing town management with valuable insights into health and safety data. I think that we have an opportunity here to make a much needed improvement from the current system, which is through SharePoint. And so I would encourage you to support this motion. Anybody wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Hillstadt.
I will support this. Again, it also just help with efficiency, and anytime you're reporting with health and safety stuff, it can be a pain. So this sounds like a good move.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Did you have any more? No. Does anybody else have any more? Okay, I'll move another one then. Number 7. Thank you. It's on 159. The motion is that the Finance Committee direct administration to fund Wildlife Exclusion Fence Lions Park 2025 project from the General Capital Reserve in the amount presented to the Finance Committee in a closed session. Just to reiterate, this is use of a portion of the funds returned to General Capital Reserve with a different funding source having been provided for the Stoneworks Creek work. This is part of the 4 that I'm bringing forward. The total of the 4 is $753,000. This particular one is to have a similar treatment to the Lions Park as we currently have with the Lawrence Grassy Field at Centennial Park. And really the rationale for it is that it's in alignment with recommendation 8 from the technical working group of the 2018 Human-Wildlife Coexistence Roundtable report. That recommendation is that the town install wildlife exclusion fencing around green spaces within the town limits that are used by elk to reduce habituation and risk of conflict. This is also in alignment with our strategic goals on the environment, specifically the objective that the wildlife encounters within Canmore's urban footprint are reduced and the unauthorized human use in wildlife corridors are similarly reduced. Quite frankly, it's just not a good situation in a growing community to have areas within the municipality for elk to gather. It's an accident waiting to happen, and it's not good for the elk. It's definitely not good for people should they get themselves in a position where they could be harmed. And so I encourage support of this motion. This will also help protect those fields and make them even more usable. That soccer field is a delight to walk or run across in the summertime after a particularly active herd has left their mark. So, would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I do believe that fencing these spaces are also part of the human-wildlife conflict recommendations, correct?
Yeah, I mentioned the
Okay.
recommendation number 8 from the
Sorry,
report.
yeah. So I'm happy to support this. I agree with you that it can leave quite a mess behind. I think it was earlier in September, I was down in that neighborhood and there had to be 60 or 70 of them. It was just incredible. And incredible to look at, but not the place that they should be. And a lot of people getting in there and trying to become one with the elk, which is never a smart plan. So I'll be happy to support. And I would actually point out that I think that the fencing over at LGMS Field looks really nice.
Yes,
So,
it can be done well, and it looks good.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Graham.
A question. We've got a lot of new fencing coming up. Highway fencing, fencing in Three Sisters. I'm concerned about the implementation plan of the highway fence, quite frankly. Does the reports we've received take into account those new factors?
You're talking about the highway fencing?
No. Yes, yeah, I'm talking about the highway fencing and Three Sisters fencing. Does the report that we've got that recommends this project take into account those two projects that are now happening?
I think they are independent. There are certain places where you should, I mean, the highway fencing is a completely different conversation, that whether or not connectivity is impacted, certainly that report does not speak to, wouldn't speak to the plan that's on the highway because it was prepared well before that. The fencing that's with the Three Sisters is part of an ASP approval. And, you know, we've got different, I mean, it's all about protecting or enhancing human-wildlife coexistence, whether you agree with it or not. But the subject of this particular matter is whether or not elk should be gathered in Lions Park.
Elk should not gather in Lions Park. Quite frankly, you know, that it is a safety concern for the public and our wildlife. It is not an appropriate place for them to be. I do have concerns about the amount of fencing that we are currently putting up and the implementation plans of that fencing, and the ramifications and implications of those two big projects that are happening.
Yeah.
So I guess
they have nothing to do with this one.
Well, they have
But I
nothing-
feel you're bringing in three very distinct conversations into one that is very isolated. And the question is whether there should be wildlife fencing around the Lions Park or not. Councillor McCallum?
I feel like the only thing in common right now that those three things have is the word fence. Like honestly, bringing that up when we're talking about Lions Park is apples to carburetors. Like I understand your bigger concern, but that's, yeah, anyways.
Councillor Ma?
Can I get a running total from admin where we are at for tax rate currently, please?
So this is a general capital reserve impact?
I'm just curious where we're at though, yeah.
Okay, so, but we'll get that after this because it
Okay.
actually doesn't have any impact with this motion.
I guess my question to Councillor Graham, like, is this the sort of thing where you believe that perhaps the Three Sisters fencing plus the highway fencing will create a situation where it would be redundant to have fencing at Lions Park, or?
I don't know that it has makes Lions Park necessarily redundant, but the cumulative effects on wildlife I'm concerned about here. I think this project should happen, but I'm not so sure that the timing of this is appropriate now that we have those other two big projects happening. Because I'm concerned about wildlife connectivity and movement across through the valley and taking yet another piece of property, which isn't, quite frankly, isn't appropriate for them to be on. I understand that piece.
It's not a corridor. They should not be.
It's not a corridor.
They should not
Absolutely.
be encouraged to go through there, and having it unfenced encourages that movement. Whether or not the others have an impact on connectivity, if anything, it may cause greater influx into the town if there's not those things dealt with. But that doesn't change the fact that we still need protection of this area. Councillor Frobert and then Councillor Hillstead.
So I think it's really important that we understand that elk as a species are using this valley differently than, say, grizzly bears, black bears, wolves, and coyotes. Ungulates, especially elk, will choose to frequent developed areas to avoid predators, which is not a natural habitat selection process. And so the elk aren't looking for connectivity. And so like connectivity, I'm not sure that we're helping. What we need to do is like block them, right? And so the fence is the hard edge approach. If we fence things, we're blocking them. And so we don't want, and so I think I hear what Councillor Graham's saying, and I hear his concerns, and I'm hearing that this is a place that you want to address those, but I'm not sure that this project gets to the heart of the issue that you're trying to resolve for yourself. So for me, it's not about that. It's different when it's with elk than, right? We're not creating passages for elk to use because they're not using passages. They will stay in that park if we let them. So we need the fence to keep them out of the park and out of spaces where we have said it's inappropriate for them to be. And so we have an elk herd that lives in our town, and it's hard because we're not technically responsible for them from a landscape management perspective, but we are responsible for how our town exists within the framework of elk living here too, so. I don't think it helped.
Well, I mean, we to Councillor McCallum's point, it's simply the word fence. We're talking about a very different, we're talking about moving forward on the human-wildlife coexistence report objectives, which we have committed to.
Recommendation from how many years ago?
Yeah, 2018. And so we said, hey, we are wanting to walk down this path. The highway is going to be implemented by the province. The other one is but it's not related. And so I'm gonna have to say anything that's related to these other things is just not relevant to this particular discussion. If you don't want the timing or you don't want the fence, that's perfectly fair. But I don't think that we have information in front of us, nor is it relevant as to whether or not putting a fence around a relatively small area is in fact going to make a difference in the connectivity, other than it would be protecting that area from points of conflict as well as protecting the asset that's there. So, Councillor Hillside.
I was on the fence of this one. Had to. Because originally I was thinking, we could push it out a year, but again, for all the reasons that have been presented, I think actually, it's better to get it done sooner than later, so I'm happy to support.
Councillor Mira.
I have if I could, through the chair to admin, this one was chosen because it's in the recommendation, or because I'm thinking of other things that are more frequently used for children, and maybe it's not a responsibility, like Elizabeth Rummel School and the OLS school, like those are really, like the herds are there and there's a lot of droppings there also, but why this was chosen over those, or that's not our responsibility?
So the strategy listed Lions Park and Millennium as the priorities, and part of that is their proximity to that riparian buffer that we do want elk to be traveling on. So it's keeping them out of the park, so they'll be in the buffer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham, is there anything else that you wanted to talk about? I sense that you were not completely done and we're a little frustrated there.
I'll just reiterate that those reports came before those two big projects and those cumulative effects. I don't know what they will have. So while this is a relatively small piece, I won't be able to smart it at this point in time.
Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Graham opposed. Yeah, I'm just double checking. It would be helpful now, we're going to be taking a short break in a moment here, but do we have the numbers of where we currently are at?
So we're at 3.1% for 2025 and 8 for 2026. 8.0.
In 2027?
Sorry?
And
Oh, sorry,
2027?
2027 is 3.4% and 2028 is 2.7%.
Okay, so all pretty low except for 2026.
Correct.
Okay.
1% is 366,000
Okay.
for perspective.
Okay. We're going to take a break until 2:30, just to let dust settle and make sure that reflect on if there's anything else that you're wanting to change, because we're going to be moving towards the overall approval motion, all right? Okay, so we'll return at 2:30. please. And move forward. What's the motion number that we're reconsidering? 33. 33-2025 FIN? Okay. All right, we are back, everyone. And there's a couple of motions still to be considered just as we move to close out this process. The first one is a motion to reconsider motion 33-2025 FIN. That is the motion that we passed earlier today with regards to the livability reserve. My understanding is that there is just a very small adjustment that is needed to be made to correct the table. And so we will first of all deal with the motion to reconsider, and if that passes, then Dr. Cotto will speak to the changes. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Okay, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So, Dr. Cottle, what are the changes that need to be made?
Thanks, Mayor Krausert, and apologies to everyone for this. So what we've realized is that the total transfer amount that we had in reserve to look at spending for capital projects, we hadn't yet subtracted the amounts for repayment of the Partners for Affordable Housing money, which is $250 in 2025, or the repayment for the Housing Action Plan work, which was split out over 4 years as $187,500, each year. So we've just adjusted, so the total amount had to change a little bit in each year to account for those withdrawals. What happened in 2025 is we simply reduced the housing and Palliser amount, but we also reduced the CCH requisition because you also made that motion for the 43K. So those are the two changes in 2025. In 2026, we just reduced the housing and Palliser amount. All the other projects stayed the same. And we didn't do anything with the CCH requisition because the motion also asked us to work with them on how to apply it in future years. So more to come on that, but for the purposes here, we kept it the same. And then in 2027 and 2028, it changed the future affordable housing number also by the 187.5 per year. So same projects, same years, it's just in those two areas, the number had to change a little bit to account for those repayments.
Okay. Is that clear for anyone? Any questions? Okay, so I will be, first of all, make an amending motion to replace, I think the originally word was, okay, replace the original table that was presented with this new table. Anyone like to speak to that motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we're back to the original motion, which is approving these amounts as presented. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the second motion to reconsider is, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider motion 5-2025 FIN. This was the first motion that I brought on January 9th with regards to transfers from the Tax Stabilization Fund. The reason I'm wanting to reconsider this, and it's just, what I'll be wanting to do is if we open this up, we originally had, I think it's going to be coming up on the screen, that motion? Yeah. We originally transferred $653,000 from the Tax Stabilization Fund in 2025. I wanted to reduce that number by $242,000 so that we're transferring $411,000 in 2025, and the rest of the motion stays the same. What that does, instead of having a 3.1% tax increase this year, it moves it to 3.9. And instead of having an 8% tax increase next year, it moves to 7.1. So it's a little bit of a smoothing out. I just found it ironic that, in fact, the tax stabilization would have caused that great shift. And so backing it off a little bit allows it to smooth out a little bit. So that's where I'm going. I want you to know that before putting the motion to reconsider up on, there's the original motion. We need 2/3 majority if you would like to have this reconsidered. Of course, if you're happy with where it's landed, I would suggest you vote against this. If you're open to the adjustment in the amounts to smooth it out between the 2 years a little bit more, then I'd suggest that you vote for it. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? So once again, just so that we're, because I recognize people are still processing. As things are now, with this motion as is, the anticipated tax increase is 3.1% in 2025, 8% in 2026, and then we're looking at 3.4 and 2.7 in 2027 and 2028 respectively. Keeping in mind, that's another budget process away, and it's always gets more accurate as we go. If we make a change such as I've described, it then moves the tax increase for this year to 3.9%, and the tax year for next year from 8% down to 7.1%. In my mind, not great, but better. Councillor Faubert, you'd like to speak to the motion to reconsider?
Yeah, and so that's the motion we're reconsidering.
Yes,
Right.
that's the one that we're opening up if the motion to reconsider passes.
I'm in favor of the motion to reconsider. I think that it's good for us at this point to reexamine how we're using the tax stabilization reserve on a multi-year impact on the tax rate. And now that we've reached that point in our deliberations, it's good to come back to this, and I think you're right. Some adjustments needed, smooth that out.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion to reconsider? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so with this motion now on the table again, I'm going to move an amending motion to change 653,000 to 411,000. This is a reduction of $242,000 coming from the tax stabilization reserve, so that money will stay in the reserve, and it will bring about those percentage changes. So it will be 3.9% in 2025, 7.1 in 2026. And then we're looking at 3.4 in 2027 and 2.7 in 2028. Would anybody like to speak to this amending motion? Councillor Graham?
Do you not have to add that to the 2026?
No, the
Across?
2026 would stay the same.
3 point, okay.
During the break, I asked Ms. Gibbons and Mr. Irwin about this change and what its impact would be, and these are the numbers that I was provided. Councillor Mah.
Just a question for your Mayor Counselor. I appreciate the idea of the smoothing. I think that's a great thing. I guess my one question is, why not smooth a little bit more so we hit perhaps 4 and then only into the 6 the year after?
Good question. And somebody, if they wanted to hit a different number, I asked Mr. Irwin how much it would take to hit 3.9 this year, and then what would that impact be for 2027? And that's how we got the numbers. So that's how we got to there.
Okay, gotcha.
If you have a different number that you'd want to increase, the more you take out in the first year, it will increase the 2025 taxes, but it will also decrease the 2027% increase because there's less of a difference.
Right, okay. And question to administration, could you please remind me what our tax rate was last year? I'm sorry, it's just like a blur. Historically, where we've been hit. I'm just Googling right now. 7.6? Okay. Okay.
Anyone wishing to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Hillstead?
I'll support the amending motion. Yeah, because then also, it not only smooths it out a little bit, but also gives us more reserves for future times when we might need them.
Councillor Mero?
As I will support it as Councillor Hillstead says ditto.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, the amending motion is passed, and so the new motion is that the Finance Committee direct administration to offset tax increases withdraws from tax stabilization reserve in the amount of $411,000 in 2025 and $343,000 in 2026. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us to the last motion of these sessions of Finance Committee for this budget process. And so I will move that the Finance Committee direct administration to bring the committee recommended 2025 and 2026 operating budgets and the 2027-2028 operating plan and 2025 and 2026 capital budgets and the 2027 to 2030 capital plan as presented and amended at the December 2024 and January 2025 Finance Committee meetings to Council for approval on February 4th or 11th, 2025. Just in speaking to the motion, I've been very appreciative of all the work that was put into by administration to bring these materials to us. I appreciate that we are continuing to evolve the process so that we get better and better, including trying this year a new approach with regards to how the capital projects are publicized, the timing of them, so as to protect the taxpayer dollars. And I really appreciate the civil discussion amongst councillors and the many ideas put forward to get where we are. We have brought the expected tax increase for this year down. And while doing so, I think also was able to fund some pretty important projects. So I'm really happy with where we have arrived and would encourage you to support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Happy to support. Finance meetings are big in this whole process. It's like passing a kidney stone. Well, I've not passed one. I imagine it's painful. But anyway, that was a big process. And I wanted to also highlight just the amazing bench strength we had from admin throughout for all these deliberations. It's really heartening if I have a question about a certain number or some back data that you guys are able to just pull that up. And that's really great. I also wanted to thank my fellow councillors for your grace and civility as we try to figure out these challenging issues for our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor McCallum, last budget process.
Well, we still have to approve it.
still do,
at
but-
council, but
Yeah.
this is my 15th budget. I recollect the when a 1% tax increase was $160,000, which, you know, isn't really that bad when you think about it. It's kind of a little more than doubled over 15 years, which housing is more than doubled over 15 years. So I can say that budget is actually, although today my attitude might not reflect that too much, but is actually generally my favorite, one of my favorite exercises. Because I feel that every time, and even this time, I learn something new about our organization, about the amazing services that we provide our residents, and in some cases really get sort of into the mind of our staff and realize how much they care about the work that they perform for our ratepayers and visitors. So it's an honor to approve this draft budget for council to consider, and I do appreciate how this has all changed over the years and how it gets to be more conversational, and you forget that that camera is there. Like you're being so authentic and so real with people that it's great, and I appreciate the incredible bench strength of our finance and administration and how they lead us through these difficult conversations and understanding these concepts that generally it's just CPAs looking at, so I appreciate it, thanks. And then, of course, my man Rick, who knows all the things. He can tell you how much we paid in everything in last year, or 10 years ago, or 20 years ago. It's amazing, so thank you. I'd be happy to support this as it moves to council.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I will move that we adjourn. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.